This Parliament is back in session. Just be trying to get the TV back on. Just hold on a minute. Parliament is back in session and the TV is on, so. Okay, Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise briefly to recap a discussion I had with the member at Georgetown Central, the mover of the motion. As I understand the motion, it's looking for prescribed particulars in relation to one of the prescribed forms. What I mentioned to the member, that I believe I mentioned to his leader earlier this week, is that the implementation and enactment and commencement plan is that the main policy parts of the bill, not revenue, will commence later in Q1, probably early March. Therefore, there may be preliminary drafts of regulations and forms that the department and the ministry may be working on, but that hasn't come to caucus yet. Primarily, what we'd be concerned about is that technically, this bill that we're debating is not law yet. So there's no point delving too deeply into those until you actually have certainty that it's actually now become law. When that occurs, we're happy, and it was always been the plan, to share drafts of the near final regulations with the opposition prior to commencement, so that feedback can be taken in from the opposition, including on prescribed forms, before the entire package is commenced of the primary legislation as well as the secondary regulations, which would bring in the forms. My understanding from my discussion with the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, member for Georgetown Central, is that's acceptable and there's no need for this motion at this time.
Honourable Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in the spirit of Christmas and unity in Parliament, the Honourable Premier and I did have discussions about the lack of need for this motion to move forward, and because it's not a traditional motion, I think the standing orders would allow me provisions to seek leave of the chair to withdraw. But I would say in my wrap-up that the reason why we find ourselves in situations like this is unconventional, or maybe not the best way to say unconventional, because I have to do some further research as to other Commonwealth parliamentary practices as well as the UK Parliament and Erskine May. But regardless of what the practice is amongst other jurisdictions, Mr. Chair, I think that it is fair to say that it's very uncomfortable to feel the pressures to approve something without full understanding. In many cases, we have this practice here whereby we approve primary legislation with the missing secondary legislation or secondary regulations that supports it, which ultimately gives you the outcome of the policy the government is trying to drive. I don't think that is good practice. But I know that in the spirit of transparency, the Premier has given commitment that before the enactment of this bill, that the motion asking for the prescribed particulars will be provided to the opposition, as well as a presentation to go over those draft regulations. One that can only be accepted because that is exactly what we want to do, work in partnership with the government to ensure that anything to do with this very sensitive area of immigration, that we're all on the same page. So with that said, Mr. Chair, I formally move a motion to withdraw, with your permission, the motion that was presented earlier this evening.
Motion to withdraw is granted. Fellow parliamentarians, we have come to the end of the business of today's order paper. However, we have an addendum to today's order paper, which we need to deal with a couple of very short matters, but very important matters. And I will, I can give the House the assurance that the necessary certification for urgency has been delivered to me as Speaker, and I have approved the bringing of these bills under that provision. So, Madam Clerk, you want to read the first item of business?
Presentation of papers and reports. Stamp duty, rates of duty, number 2 regulations 2025, to be laid on the table by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Education and Training.
Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Education and Training.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the government, I beg to lay on the table of the Parliament the stamp duty, rates of duty number 2 regulations 2025.
So ordered. Madam Clerk, next item of business. Oh, yeah, okay. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak to the motion?
No, Mr. Speaker. There will be a bill that deals with those regulations, and I will offer a brief contribution at that time.
Okay.
Government business, bills, first readings. Information and Communications Technology, Amendment and Validation Bill 2025.
The bill has been deemed to have been read a first time and is set down for second reading.
Land Holding Companies Share Transfer Tax Amendment Bill 2025.
The bill has been deemed to have been read a first time and is set down for second reading.
Second readings. Information and Communications Technology, Amendment and Validation Bill 2025.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of a bill entitled Information and Communications Technology Amendment and Validation Bill 2025.
The bill has been duly moved. Does the member wish to speak thereto?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my comments on this bill will be very brief, and these brief comments are based on the fact that honourable members of this Parliament received a thorough explanation of the bill yesterday in the spirit of cooperation and inclusion during the break on Parliament. The bill before the House amends the Information and Communications and Technology Act 2009 revision, and I shall refer to as the Principal Act. Mr. Speaker, the bill consists of 3 parts. Part 1 of the bill is captioned preliminary. Clause 1 provides the title of the bill. Clause 2 proposes to change the use of Roman numerals in the Principal Act to Arabic numerals. Part 2 of the bill is captioned Amendments to the Principal Act. Clause 3 inserts expanded definitions of license fees into an application fee, an annual fee, a renewal fee, and a one-time fee for each experimental license or temporary license. Clause 3 also breaks down the annual fee category into further specific fees: a radio license fee, a regulatory fee, a royalty fee, and a spectrum fee. Clause 5 proposes to move away from the current rigid requirement of a prescribed form to be used in connection with a license application to a more flexible approach of being in a form approved by the office. Clause 6 provides that license fees are to be prescribed in regulations. Part 3 of the bill is captioned Validation Provisions and Connected Matters. Mr. Speaker, honourable members received a briefing of this aspect of the bill yesterday evening, and therefore I don't need to repeat the information today. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the government, I commend this bill to the House and ask all honourable members to support this bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does the mover wish to exercise his right of reply?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to thank all other honourable members of this Parliament for their tacit support of this most important bill.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled Information and Communications Technology Amendment and Validation Bill 2025 be given a second reading. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The Information and Communication Technology Amendment and Validation Bill 2025 has been given a second reading.
Land Holding Companies Share Transfer Tax Amendment Bill 2025.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the government, this bill is part of the presentation of the 2026-27 budget that was moved, debated, taken to Finance Committee, passed by the House. At the time, I advised this Honourable House that the budget contained a package of revenue enhancement measures designed to generate additional revenue for the government. One of those measures is the increase in stamp duty from the rates of 7.5% to 10% on the conveyance or transfer of properties developed or undeveloped where the consideration, market value, or purchase price, whichever is higher, of CI $2 million or more. These regulations that I have just tabled earlier give effect to the change once they come into force. Mr. Speaker, stamp duty on property transfers are significant and a reliable source of revenue to the government. The unaudited financial results for 2024 show that government collected some CI $88.735 million for stamp duty on property transfers, substantially exceeding the approved budget that year of $67.5 million. Further analysis by the Lands and Survey Department indicates that CI $35.641 million, or 40.1% of this duty, is related to property transfers in the $2 million and above bracket. In 2025, stamp duty revenues continue to be a star performer, with some $87.826 million collected as of the 30th of November 2025, already surpassing the approved 2025 budget of $76.1 million. Looking ahead, these new stamp duty rates, once implemented, they are expected to generate an additional stamp duty revenues of CI $11.7 million in 2026 and $11.2 million in 2027, which will support government's ability to achieve the forecast financial results set out in the 2026 to 2027 budget. Mr. Speaker, in determining this revenue measure, the government took care to set a threshold that will not impact or unduly burden the ordinary person. A person acquiring property valued CI $2 million or more is, by definition, operating at the top end of the market, and it is reasonable to expect that such purchasers have the capacity to pay an additional 2.5% in stamp duty. Mr. Speaker, the Stamp Duty Act 2019 revision currently applies a flat stamp duty rate of 7.5% on property transfers, regardless of value, subject to specific concessions for Caymanians making their first or second purchases of property. It is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that stamp duty rates have been adjusted by successive governments over the past 3 decades. By way of example, in 1995, a 10% stamp duty rate was implemented for properties where the consideration was $250,000 or higher. In 1997, rates were amended to apply a 9% rate for properties on the 7 Mile Beach corridor. In 2001, rates of property for 7 Mile Beach corridor were reduced to 5%. In 2006, the rates for properties on the 7 Mile Beach corridor were reduced to 7.5%, while other properties were adjusted to 6% for non-Caymanians and 4% for Caymanians. In 2009, rates on the 7 Mile Beach corridor were reduced to 5%. Rates for non-Caymanians were reduced to 5% and 3%. In 2012, a uniform 7.5% stamp duty rate was applied across all properties. Mr. Speaker, this record clearly demonstrates that changes in stamp duty is not unusual. They are a normal and customary way for government to implement its fiscal policy, and adjustments set out in these regulations are fair, targeted, and proportional. Mr. Speaker, this particular stamp duty increase is one that all members, once you apply the incremental increase, that is the increase above 7.5%, all members who are fair are going to recognize that that additional rate is one that does not place any undue burden on persons who are able to acquire properties of CI $2 million or more. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that stamp duties, whilst an important source of government revenue, has been one that has been controversial for a number of decades. There are many people who believe that this important asset class, real estate in the Cayman Islands, ought to actually attract, for certain high-end properties, an annual property tax. Why do people feel that way? If we look at property values in the Cayman Islands as an asset class, that is, you look at them like technology stocks, if you look at them like private equity investments in private equity hedge funds, there is no asset class in the last decade that has performed stronger than property values in the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, I do not need to belabor the point about how our people have been, in large measure, crowded out of the property market because of skyrocketing values in the Cayman Islands. This, Mr. Speaker, is targeted for anyone who qualifies and is able to acquire properties of CI $2 million or more. This is not going to hit the average man. In crafting this budget, the government was extremely careful to ensure that our revenue measures were specific, targeted, to ensure that any impacts on the local economy and what we would call the average Caymanian would be little to none. I feel extremely confident that given how our economy is structured, that the revenue enhancement measures, because they are targeted to extremely specific areas of our economy, is not going to have the ordinary and customary inflationary pressures that other revenue measures in the past may have had. For example, if I was coming to this Parliament and producing a budget that was going to call for import duties across a wide section of consumables that the average Caymanian would ordinarily consume, quite naturally, that would have inflationary pressures on the consumer price index in the basket, in the goods within the ordinary basket of goods that Caymanians typically consume. And so, having been down this road before, I can remember in 2001, what was then considered the biggest revenue enhancement fee measure package in the history of Cayman. In 2010, when we had the financial crisis and meltdown, and we had still the largest fee package increase in the history of our country, that when you actually look at the impact on the average Caymanian, you will see that when you target things like high-end properties, things like fees for exempted companies, things like the fund annual filing returns, when you increase things like the operational licenses for professional accounting and law firms, they don't impact the average Caymanian because the average Caymanian does not operate and consume products in those areas. More importantly, there is no passing on of those fees because, again, a hedge fund in New York who's going to quite gladly pay this very nominal fee increase that we have for fund annual returns, etc., does not play in our economy. Therefore, it will not have any impact on our cost of living. We were very targeted and measured in our revenue enhancement measures during the creation of this budget. And Mr. Speaker, I'm also happy to report it's an early Christmas present to my colleague to my right, the Minister responsible for housing, that the government, the ministry, has committed that whilst 10% has not been the ordinary or customary fee for even high-end properties or in areas that are considered high-end, like the 7 Mile Beach Corridor, any increase over the 9%, that is 1%, we are going to track during the 2026 and 2027 budget cycle. And we are going to earmark those funds for housing and housing-related improvements, projects, and building for Caymanians. Mr. Speaker, this is a government of compassion. This is a government that cares. This is a government that is laser-focused on improving the lives of all of the people whom we serve. I can say beyond any doubt that Caymanians who reside in every constituency of whom we represent are going to be happy to hear that we are going to be ensuring that we start to identify additional funds for affordable housing and housing-related projects. Critically important, we know we need to get more Caymanians on the property ladder. I am very confident with this announcement just before Christmas that the member for Georgetown Central is going to be so ecstatic of the impact that this is potentially going to have for his constituents and all of our constituents, that this is going to allow him to now kick back, feel relaxed, and understand that the government cares. The Minister of Finance is laser focused in ensuring that whilst I'm a bit conservative, that over the next 2 years, we are going to continue to have policy priorities that the member advocates for. I give the member credit. At the end of, I think it must have been every output group, he asked the question around honorariums, etc., for our hard-working civil servants and public officers. And in fact, just the other day, the Honourable Premier was able to announce an honorarium. Why? Because all of us work cooperatively for all of our people. And so when we build, when I can bring a bill that ought to be non-contentious, a bill that ought to elicit the support of every single member of this House, a bill, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, that we shouldn't even have to debate once I've sat down, because it is clear the intention, it is clear that we set specific targeted outcomes that are going to ensure that our people's lives are better than they would have been yesterday. So, Mr. Speaker, Clause 2 amends the Principal Act by adding the additional 2.5% consideration for property transfers where the consideration is $2 million, CI $2 million or higher. Clause 3 sets out the transitional provisions and makes clear that the increased rate will apply only to those transactions executed after these regulations come into force. Mr. Speaker, the regulations have been prepared under the authority of Section 27 of the Stamp Duty Act 2019, which provides that such regulations are subject to a negative resolution in Parliament. Accordingly, the regulations I have just tabled will take effect after 3 weeks, unless they are negated by a contrary set of regulations that the Parliament approves. Mr. Speaker, I feel confident that this policy priority of the government is one that will enjoy wide support. In fact, as my good friend, the member for Bordentown West, have often reminded us, we shouldn't play politics with the finances of the country. In particular, when the finances of the country are going to be utilized in such a way as to improve the lot of our most vulnerable citizens and those who we know we need to assist to get on to the property ladder. So, Mr. Speaker, with those very, very brief remarks, I commend this bill to all members of the House, and in the spirit of openness, transparency, and working together and showing Caymanians that we actually can put aside petty politics and do what is right, I say, and I humbly ask all members to support this bill.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, they didn't want to see that. The podium. That means I might be here for a little bit. But I have to do my job, Mr. Speaker. Our bonds and relationship outside of this hollowed halls and the lunchroom and at the coffee shop is always great, and I know my good friend, the Minister of Finance, is going to still be an amazing friend to me after this debate. But, Mr. Speaker, it's important that I offer some contributions, not only on behalf of myself, but on behalf of my team. My team. Be careful now. Be careful. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to get some procedural matters out of the way. The first one is, as per the standing orders, I must disclose that I have an indirect interest in the particulars of one part of what the minister spoke about. My wife is a real estate agent. But, Mr. Speaker, as per the standing orders, I don't have a direct as per the bill. But the standing orders do allow for me to contribute by way of debate. I'm going to, even though I'm allowed to, not vote on this bill, just from the PR viewpoint. But it would be irresponsible of me not to highlight my concerns of any fee increase for that fact, not only specific to this one. So now that that first procedural matter is out of the way, the second procedural matter, Mr. Speaker, is scope of debate. I particularly noted the words that were used by the minister in his opening remarks, as well as throughout his contribution, which he opened the door for. And, Mr. Speaker, I know that you will be ever so lenient as you must, or as you feel, in respect to the scope of this discussion. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to get into the specific particulars, but more so in fees in general of any government increase. But let me share a perspective that was put forward from a housing perspective, which I was so happy to hear the Honourable Minister speak about the new announcement that will be going towards housing and the revenues collected from this new change of an increase from 7.5% to 10%, only for those who can afford it. So he's right. I don't think this will directly impact the average home purchaser. I agree with him there. Mr. Speaker, what the concern was from actually a contractor whose sole business is housing development. Small houses, the common $500,000 house, $600,000 house, $400,000 house, quite similar to that. I think most people will know, not that this is a specific to that company, but people will know Frank Hall Homes, developments like that. And the developer said to me, Kenneth, it's going to affect the housing market by way of cost, because I'm a developer. I'm going to go buy property and build houses that I'm putting on the market. That price will hit me, and I'm not going to digest the expense. I'm going to pass it on. Could be minuscule, because the minister is 100% right that coming from $500,000 to $2 million is a mere $50,000 difference, I think. But in the scope of development, when you are developing, say, 20 houses on 5 acres or something like that, it can add up. I think the Honourable Minister just said an extra $1,000 per house. So maybe $2,000 per house? On a $500,000 house. So I think he's admitting there himself that he is increasing the cost of housing, but by a small amount in his estimations. But, Mr. Speaker, these are some of the things that, granted, the government will look at their viewpoint. Our job in the opposition is to give different perspectives. Now, I'm going to try to address this debate in a way of raising concerns and ask a couple of questions, maybe in response, the minister will be able to inform the public, because I know that the government's commitment is to transparency. I know the government's commitment is to ensuring things are done the right way. Now, Mr. Speaker, we could have dealt with this matter during the budget debate. Unfortunately, I don't think it was intended by the minister in any capacity, because the minister did give a scope of the fees that he was planning to implement. But unfortunately, it wasn't until after the budget was over where we would discuss in the specifics of what those fees would be that we get the details of them. And I think that is a fair assessment of the truth. So we couldn't give much contribution throughout the budget debate, even though many of us didn't get a chance to debate for another problem altogether, and I won't rehash that. It's not necessary, right? So we're forced now to give our thought process on the fee structure as a result of now in committee stage where we couldn't really do a debate. Now that we fully understand the scope of those fees, and I'm going to try my best to keep it within the parameters of this in a hypothetical fee element rather than going to specific fees within that fee structure, Mr. Speaker, as per your advice. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am forced to now deal with them here to say and ask questions. So one of the first things that come to mind is that I think it's a very substantial amount of money that the government is intending to raise, more than what they already do based on fees and taxes and revenues that they earn. Now, I support the government, and I want the public to know that the government needs the money. The money goes to operational cost. That means our civil servants, many of our programs, elderly, education, scholarships, and so forth. So by all means, I'm not suggesting that the government is not in need of that money. What some of my concerns are, though, Mr. Speaker, is what will be the impact of any fee that the government brings, this one including, or any other. And, Mr. Speaker, as I grow in my journey as a member of Parliament and a representative of the people, I continue to research and understand what strong parliaments are like and what they do to create structures to ensure that scrutiny and the proper process is done so that we don't have any unintended consequences. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask myself the question about major financial revenue measures done by any government. When and where is the scrutiny done? Now, I know the government themselves probably have done their own internal assessments of suggesting that these revenue measures, whichever ones they're planning to bring, either by way of regulation or legislation, they've done their own assessments and say, we do not think they're going to have a major impact. Now, naturally, they're going to do that, because that's, no government will admit that or suggest that they're bringing things that will have impact. But my job here is not to just accept that they've said so. Most parliaments have the proper procedures of what you would call, the former member from East End used to say, trust but verify. And in most other parliaments, you have committees that are formed before government creates any revenue framework to assess whether or not the revenue measures or tax increases or tax implementation of new taxes will have any kind of negative impacts on the economy, on the society, and it's normally called an impact, economic impact assessment. So my first question to the minister is, has the government done an economic impact assessment? And if so, who's done it? Because 150 Forgive me, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the Honourable Minister could remind me the total amount over the 2 years was planned to be raised. I think it's 180 million. 176 million, which is about, I would say about 10%. Any revenue measure of 10% of any budget is pretty substantial, and could have impacts, positive as well as negatives. Obviously, we're concerned about the negative ones, and I'm going to speak about the potential positive impacts as well. So if there has been an assessment internally, who did it? Was it done by the ESO? Was it done by the Ministry of Finance? And what was the criteria that they used? And the reason I have to raise it, Mr. Speaker, is because we've unfortunately had a history of concern about projections, because these revenue measures are based on projections. Now, I know the good honourable member is very good at his job. Everybody talks about his abilities in respect to accounting, and I'm certain that he will be a strong Minister of Finance. But I want the reassurance that will come without the conflicted potential bias by themselves. I want some independence. And I'll give you an example of what I mean by that. In the UK Parliament, they have a review committee, and they also have one in the United States before any major implementation of revenues and fees and taxes. I think my good friend from Bontown West spoke to it in a previous debate about I think it's a Treasury Committee in the United States. That they do a review before the government implements any new changes, just to make sure that, you know, it's not just based on policymakers, and they have non-partisan persons a part of that review committee. It's a pre-budget review committee, and sometimes they're non-partisan or bipartisan, and sometimes they have private sector members involved. But the one in particular in the United Kingdom, they have outside agencies as well that will do an assessment on a proposed set of new revenue measures and give a report as to what they think the effects of those revenue measures will mean to the greater economy and the different sectors of the economy. And therefore, the government of the day will use that as assessment as to make those decisions. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I've yet to find that parliamentary structure and governing structure within our democracy. I've looked for it. And again, by all means, I'm not here to talk about the capability or the trust of the government, but about our governance model, which the Premier speaks about, you know, wanting to do it the right way. And these are some of the systems we now need to put in place, because I know none of us want to know that we would have done a policy measure of revenue creation and know that it would have some negative impacts on our economy. For example, Mr. Speaker, we know that financial services is the #1 bread earner in our economy. Who is charged with saying to me and saying to the country, no, do not worry, we have not increased the prices in financial services too much to make us uncompetitive to the rest of the jurisdictions upon which we compete with. Mr. Speaker, we just got through discussing an immigration bill, which will have significant changes upon the industry will have to be subject to. They will also have some fee increases in their labor market that they get outside labor for. I wish they were all Caymanian. Thank you so much. I wish they were all Caymanian, but we rely heavily on outside labor. The Cayman Islands, unfortunately, is known to be a very expensive jurisdiction. Will the combination of the expensiveness to operate in the Cayman Islands, along with the increase in cost of labor within the industry, put us in a place that we're not competitive? I don't know. I know the minister has said that we're going to be fine. But is it just the minister's word? I would like to know that we've done some sort of assessment with confidence that I'm not only relying simply on his viewpoint. Granted, no, I'm not suggesting that his viewpoint is not solid, but my job here is to make sure that I'm asking all the right questions to make sure that the government is doing it the right way. Now, Mr. Speaker, he's right to say that, and he said this to me in private sometimes, you know, obviously, those who are affected by it are not going to give you positive feedback. They're going to be like, oh, these bills are too high, because they're biased too. So I am left now as a security guard of the policies of government, because my job is to scrutinize. It's not the most pleasant job. Most people hate the opposition, because all they do is complain. But it's a very important one. So my job is to ask, has the government done their assessment? Has it been unbiased? Is the sector saying fair in their criticism? Is the government fair in their assessment? And sometimes you have systems quite like what you see in the United Kingdom, where you have independent bodies who make an assessment on a group of taxes and fees to say this will not have a negative impact, or it could have a negative impact in some areas, but we can digest that, but we know that it's not going to impact the average person. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go into the various other fees because I have to stay within the standing orders direction of the scope of the discussion. But there has been other fees that cause me to think and feel and concern about what this group of fees will potentially do to the overall economy by way of cost of living for the Caymanian people, but also for our attractiveness as a financial jurisdiction. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that the Honourable Premier is probably fully aware that there's a number of people, a number of countries out there that would love nothing better than to take our market share of financial services. Because we have done very well over the many decades as a financial services jurisdiction, staying ahead of the game, keeping up to standard with our legislative changes, being forward-thinking with our amendments, and a lot of that has been guided by former ministers and former premiers, and now our Honourable Premier today. He was tremendous in his role in the last administration, and I am certain he will give nothing less than the best in this administration, keeping us ahead of the game. So, but I say that to say that he's fully aware that there's other jurisdictions that compete with us, and they want our business. Matter of fact, we want other people's business. So our competitiveness is important, and my job is to analyze, is this set of fees that is attached to the revenue measures within the current bill, are they going to put us at a disadvantage? So it forces me to ask questions like, have you done that assessment? Is there a report that we can see? So I don't have to worry and be concerned. Mr. Speaker, another question that came to my mind, and I think I'm forced to get the confirmation here this evening, that the minister has said that the bundle of fees and revenue measures were calculated in the current projections for 2.3 inflation for 2023 and 2027 and 2028. I don't know if I was correct in hearing that, but I did do a little bit of background check as to when that calculation was done for the 2.3% inflation rate. And I've been informed that the new set of fees that were presented to the Honourable House and Finance Committee were not considered in the inflation rate equation because they were not known at that time, which is natural. They just weren't ready yet. The government announced it when they were completed. And I think that before the announcement, the Cabinet had just approved the revenue measures a couple of days before, maybe about a week before, if my information is correct. And the announcement of the inflation rate was already calculated in the budget statement, as well as in their policy document, the strategic policy statement. So therefore, the new revenue measures that equated to $170 million over the budget period could not have been considered in that. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister has said it will not cause any inflationary measures, and I hope he's right. I really do, and because the country will win. That's the last thing that we want. But quite like the concerns that have been circulating about the immigration matters, and the government has outright disputed that they're not pushing an anti-expat government, and I genuinely feel that that's that they do not want that. But so is there a mood of the cost of living will increase by this set of fees. And if the fees were not calculated in that inflation rate, the question is, what is the inflation rate for next year and the year after? Maybe the Honourable Minister can answer some of those questions. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying about being very happy to hear that the Honourable Minister has committed, and clarify for me, Honourable Minister, if I get it wrong, and I'd be happy to, retract my statement. I think he said anything over 9% of revenue, or 9% of the percentage will go to housing-related costs. Yeah. And that's great news, Mr. Speaker, because in my wrap-up, when I get there, one of the things I'm going to be asking the government, you want some coffee? I can get some coffee for you. You heard what the Honourable Minister of Cayman Employment said. We get paid heavily, get paid handsomely. We're here to work, so don't complain no matter how late we're here. We got a job to do. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be proposing the government consider something. Because here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. Yes, governments need to raise the necessary revenues that they need to operate and offer the services of running this country. There's no question about that. But, Mr. Speaker, sometimes without proper assessment, impact studies, review committees, and so forth, you don't know what the outcome may be. What about this? What about the list of fees and taxes that have been implemented ends up causing them to raise $250 million over the 2-year period, a whopping $80 million more? What then? Should the government have been raising that money potentially on the backs of the people? And when I say potentially on the backs of the people, because I'm not convinced yet that the set of fees outlined will not have some sort of trickle-down component. Now, I know the good minister, the good honourable member, will get up and explain why that will not happen. I think there's some clarity and some misunderstanding in the public domain in respect to some of the fees for work permits, and I'm looking forward to hearing that, because I think there is a misunderstanding in the public domain about what work permit fees are going to go up. And so he can help clarify this perspective of the effect of these fees on cost of living. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to propose to the government that if the government intends to only raise 170, how much, Mr. Minister? 170 6? Whatever the amount is. Whatever the amount that he stated in his budget delivery, that the government commit that at the end of the 2-year cycle, any amount raised more than that goes back to the people by way of a rebate, whether it be by duty waivers on fuel or duty waivers at CUC, because obviously, Mr. Speaker, the only reason the government
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, during the Finance Committee, I gave great leeway to the member. There is no increases on duty rates. He is going around the backs of people. I am not going to agree to give back hedge funds fund annual returns. I'm not going to give back rich people money on $2 million and higher. None of our revenue measures are on the backs of people. It is misleading what the member is saying.
I consider that a matter of clarification, and you gave me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the honourable member misunderstood me. I agree with you, sir. I'm not suggesting that you give back any fees to any hedge fund person either. No, let me say it again. I think other members probably understood what I said. I suggested, Mr. Speaker, if the government is intending to raise 170-odd million, that if they raise, over the 2-year period, that if they raise more than that, say hypothetically speaking, they raise 250 million, they do a rebate not to the hedge fund people, but to the good people of this country, whether it be by duty on fuel, not funds, on fuel or duty at CUC, so that ways that will have a decrease in cost of living effects. So governments have done programs before whereby they, and matter of fact, many of the good members that are there now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members would recall that in our administration, every household got a certain percentage off of their light bill. I think it was for a 3-month period. And I'm saying that if the intention is not to tax the community, the people, that we're only doing it because we need to cover the things that we need to cover, and we've estimated what those are, that if we get in excess of that, why not be willing to give back? I'm not saying that if you don't make the mark, do it. I'm saying if you make more money than you intended based on these revenues and fees and taxes that you've increased, why can't we not give back to people some relief at the end of the 2-year revenue cycle? That's all I'm saying. And I'm not suggesting you give it back to funds people. I'm talking about our average Caymanians who have high costs of electricity fees and other costs of whether you want to do a waiver on food goods for 6 months, something to at least make these revenue package palatable to the people. And if people feel that they are going to feel a little bit of trickle down, rightfully or wrongfully, they say, well, you know what? At least my people that I elect is going to give us back something if it's more than what they need. Because our job as legislators is not to take money out of the pockets of the people, you know. It's only to take out what we need to run the country. Because money in the hands of government isn't good. Money has to be in the hands of the people. That's our job, is to keep money in the hands of the people. Now, Mr. Speaker, trust me, I have no intentions of upsetting the good honorable member. Oh boy, don't get myself in trouble now. You say it too late. Well, I mean, that's okay. I mean, my job is to do my part, and I think that what I'm suggesting is reasonable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another request that I have of the government is that I'm certain they are confident that the fee structure, the fee package that there will be implementing over time. And I say that not all of them are going to come in at the same point. Some of them are in primary legislation, and some of them are in secondary regulation. So we don't even know when what is coming into play. But that's the government's job. They're in power, and we respect that. Some of them, I think the Honorable Premier has suggested that won't be coming into effect until 2027, right, Honorable Premier? Yeah, so just one, right? So you got different stagnated times, and the government will do as they need to do to cover the cost of operating this country. But in light of the absence of what would be common practice in other jurisdictions, particularly those that fall under the Westminster system, of a review committee, and if in fact there was not an economic impact assessment done on the package of revenues, fees, and taxes that will be implemented, would the good government consider a bipartisan committee to review periodically every 3 months or every 6 months the scope of the effect of these fees in the event that they are having an adverse impact than what intended? Because what it does is if we don't monitor it on a constant basis, we don't know what is happening to the economy. Now, granted, I am certain that the ESO's job is to do quarterly reports. Am I right, former Minister of Finance? Say again? So they themselves will have to continue to monitor. But it would be good to have a bipartisan committee to meet, once every quarter, that also has maybe some lay persons from private sector to give feedback to the government and this committee if one is created and accepted by the government, to say, well, the market is responding in this way, or it's not responding in this way, or to give feedback for the government to potentially take corrective action if necessary. And if it's not, like, hey, as predicted, everything goes good, no big deal. But we need to start building this practice and structure of constant monitoring, particularly when it comes to our economy, and potentially start looking forward to review committees as such. Matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, most Commonwealth jurisdictions it's obligatory by law. Before you can increase any revenue measures or tax measures, regardless of what the review committee says. Now, I'm not suggesting that review committee gives you permission to do anything. The government is the government. The government has the right to increase anything they want. Those are the representatives of the good people of this country. But what it does is allow you to have another set of eyes, people who are qualified in assessing these things, as well as not only qualified, because we do have many qualified individuals within the service to assist with this, but those people also who are looking from a different perspective and who do not have a biased viewpoint. And that's kind of hard to do sometimes because everybody has a bias. So it is in that spirit, Mr. Speaker, that it's only for us to say, we just want to make sure we don't do something that is going to end up causing the country any grief with new revenue measures if it's not assessed properly. Mr. Speaker, can I say to you one of my biggest concerns that I heard throughout the budget is that a key component that is going to be necessary for revenue generation and revenue collection, and this is going to probably not make some people happy, but the drop in planning applications and intended projects that are coming. We receive a large amount of revenue based on imports of things that we use to develop. We also receive large amounts of money on planning applications. We also receive large amounts of money on the labor necessary for the development that we want or that we allow. Now, it's a bit of a conflicting position because we trying to slow down development, but we get so much revenue from it. And it's going to be a wicked problem for the government to resolve. But I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that the government continues to do a strong monitoring process as to where our economy is going over the next 2 years. I'm very, very happy that we just recently saw another announcement that the US Fed is down by another point. So the interest rates, particularly for those who are on mortgages, are dropping. I think this is the third one for this year. It was a quarter. But this is the third drop of a quarter in this year, which is a substantial thing. And I hope that it continues to do so, because that is one of the things that will help us reduce the cost of living. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to risk going any further. I hope that the Honourable Minister recognizes the spirit upon which this has been delivered. I think that it's only fair to make sure that what is being presented is not going to have a negative impact on businesses, on families, on the cost of goods and services, and to ensure that, particularly from the financial services perspective, it doesn't put us at a place where we lose our competitive edge. And I'm certain that the Honourable Premier would have given input to the fee package, amounts. And Mr. Speaker, just for clarity, I want the Honourable House to know that I am not a real estate agent. I see that unfortunately some shenanigans has already started, but I don't take that lightly. It's not funny. It's not funny because it has serious consequences as per the standing orders of this House. I made sure. I did say that. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that the Honourable Premier would have obviously given input on the fee package, particularly when it comes to the financial services fees. And I'm certain that he would have had consultation with the industry. And by all means, myself and members of the opposition want the government to collect the necessary fees that they need to run the operations of this country. Mr. Speaker, by all means, I know fully, being a former minister, that the government needs the fees to pay the civil servants. The government needs the fees to take care of our elderly, pay pensions to our retirees, pay for scholarships for school, for kids that go off to school, pay for our education system, and the list goes on and on and on. So I support them to raise the money. All I am asking for, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that we continue to monitor whatever taxes and fees that we implement, to ensure that we don't have no unintended consequences. Because whenever you increase any taxes and revenues, it has an effect. Now the question is, what is going to be that effect? Now the minister and the government has given commitment that it will not. And all I'm asking for is to put in mechanisms to ensure that doesn't happen. All I'm asking for is relevant reports that substantiates their position. All I'm asking for is whether the equation for inflation was taken into consideration when these fees were done. I'm just asking for surety, Mr. Speaker. Not that I don't want the government to raise the money. I just don't want it to have a negative impact. So with that being said, Mr. Speaker, I'll reiterate the last two requests of the government that I'm asking, and then I'll take my seat. Mr. Speaker, we in the opposition are asking that if the government collects more than what it projected to raise over the 2-year period, that at the end of the 2-year period, the government uses the excess amounts to consider a rebate program to the good people of the Cayman Islands to help them with their cost of living impacts. And as an example, potentially the cost reduction on electricity or a rebate at the fuel stations, which is the only true way of giving direct rebates in our current structure. The second request, Mr. Speaker, is whether the government will be willing to do a bipartisan review committee that can meet quarterly just to examine the effects of the implementation of these fees, just to ensure we monitor that there's no unintended consequences on the economy, in order for us to have enough time to take reactive or proactive corrective actions if, in fact, the fees has any inflationary impacts. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I hope that my contribution, will be taken in the spirit that it was delivered, and I want to remember the good Honourable Minister. It is Friday, and it is late, and we all know it's Christmas, and Santa will be here soon. And he wants us to be good boys for Christmas. Otherwise, we won't get any presents. And the Honourable Minister knows I support him heavily. And I want him to know that he has my full support on this bill. And I wish this Honourable House full support on the Minister's bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Member for Bordentown West.
Mr. Speaker, I am sure that the Honourable Minister of Finance is familiar with this famous quote in accounting that says, or finance, whichever you choose to look at it, revenue is vanity, profit is sanity, but cash is reality. Mr. Speaker, when we got notice about this bill, I discussed it with my colleague from Bordentown East, and we had a fair enough discussion on it. So, and he has given me permission, I guess, to reveal the contents of our discussion on this bill. So what I'm about to say, in essence, will also represent contributions or views from my colleague from neighboring Bordentown East. I say that quote, Mr. Speaker, to say one thing. Last month, we went through the government budget for the next 2 years. And in that process, we looked at the government's balance sheet. We looked at the government's statement of financial performance. And we also looked at the government's statement of cash flows. The statement of cash flows, Mr. Speaker, is a statement that became quite popular in the late 80s, early 90s, thereabouts. I'm going back again to memory. Forgive me, not been under university for God knows how long. Age is coming out. But one of the things I remember about the statement of cash flows, Mr. Speaker, is that many companies during the 1980s were posting record profits. Stocks were going through the roof. But then those companies are going bankrupt. And the reason those companies are going bankrupt, Mr. Speaker, is that despite all the revenues they were making, the cash wasn't coming in. It didn't mean nothing. Despite all the profits they were posting, if the cash didn't come in, it didn't mean nothing. Earlier today, Mr. Speaker, we did the third reading for the submarine cable bill. And in that bill, we recognized when I spoke back then, and I'll repeat it, the telecoms industry revenues, and I can only go by the revenues because I haven't seen their bottom line, made well over 300 million CI dollars in 2 years in revenues. If I was to use a probably industry normal bottom line margin, probably anywhere from $60 to $90 million would have made it to the bottom line at a minimum. But yet, a valuable piece of infrastructure that is needed for the survival of our country's international connectivity to the world is not being done by the people who basically should be providing it. The government has to basically step in and use the Caymanian people money to look out for the Caymanian people with this vital piece of infrastructure. I say that to say, Mr. Speaker, that we can no longer continue in a situation where we're willing to privatize profits and socialize losses in this country. What is happening in Cayman isn't new. Some of you may recall in 2020 when the COVID blanket came, or the COVID curtain opened up, they found out that many of the top performing companies in the United States, namely Walmart and McDonald's, that a ton load of their staff was getting food stamps, Medicaid, and everything else. Despite the whopping profits that these companies were making, the taxpayers still had to go in and subsidize their staff with basic things like the health care and to put food on their table. Earlier this year, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General did a report that focused on the long-term financial sustainability of the Cayman Islands. And in that report, the Auditor General spoke about the rising costs in government over the period between 2018 and 2023, the percentage increase in revenues, the percentage increase in expenses, and everything else. But one of the things, as I said in the public accounts hearing at that time, Mr. Speaker, was that what the Auditor General did not look at was the overall economic impact of government spending or civil servant spending during that time. In other words, the report focused on what government was putting to their employees, but it wasn't looking at the impact that the employees were having in the wider public. We're talking about a private sector, Mr. Speaker, where the majority of people employed are non-Caymanians, versus a government sector where the majority of people employed are Caymanians. So, Mr. Speaker, I say that to say this. When you look at Cayman's GDP in 2023, it was around $6 billion. And within the calculation of that $6 billion, again, per ESO, 2.8 billion of that related to salaries or cost of employees. Mr. Speaker, if I go back and look at 2023 also, you will see that we had 58,000 people employed in Cayman, thereabouts, of which roughly 7,500 or 13% was actually employed within the public sector. So in short, Mr. Speaker, just over 7,000 of the 58,000 were public workers. But when you look at that 2.8 billion in expenses or the GDP calculation for employees, 600 million, or close to 600 million, was what government paid the public sector employees, which was a roughly 21% of the total. So in short, the public sector or the public servants' salaries, Mr. Speaker, despite being 13% of the workforce, made up 21% of the salaries. Mr. Speaker, we have a structural problem in this country. And we have seen it already in healthcare, where whether we want to accept it or not, Cineco that is regulated by CIMA has to maintain certain regulatory ratios for compliance purposes. And whether we want to accept it or not, the fees that government is putting in to Synico to cover the civil servants and the public servants also subsidizes the cost of people retired from our private sector. And within NGS 55 and HEA 2, with NGS 55 being the larger, which is also the non-HSA care, one of the best health care plans that you can have in this country is actually to be indigent, because they have choice. The civil servants who are actually subsidizing the cost don't have that choice as much. It's not as easy for them to go elsewhere. I say that to say, Mr. Speaker, is that more and more, and it's not, Cayman isn't unique, people are asking more of the government because they're simply recognizing that the private sector people, the corporate conscience that they should have, and the corporate responsibilities that they should display isn't there as it used to be. We get up, Mr. Speaker, and we celebrate all of the achievements of these companies, and nothing's wrong with that. I love companies being successful. You may recall, Mr. Speaker, that for the year 2018, Cayman Islands' very own REMAX, of all the REMAX companies across the globe, was the top real estate agent in the entire world for REMAX. And on top of that, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't even their first time winning, it was actually their third time being in that $500 million club, where they basically had over $500 million worth of transactions. Earlier on, Mr. Speaker, while the minister was presenting, I got up, I went around the back, we have all of those books, and I took a look at what the government stamp duty was in the year when REMAX was putting on their record performance. And I looked at other metrics while I was there, because, you know, you just can't help yourself. And I say all of that to say, Mr. Speaker, is that we have sat here in this parliament, watched the people's surplus dwindle from well over the $100 and something million down to the tens of millions. And at what point are we in this parliament going to say enough is enough? I've sat down, I've listened to members speak about their disappointment. And I can tell you the only disappointment I have, Mr. Speaker, is that in some cases, some entities that should be paid more wasn't charged more. And I'm going to tell you again, Mr. Speaker, I have a fundamental problem that the Class A banks with a physical real estate space in Cayman made $986 million in revenues for 2024, $752 million in profit, and on top of that, buried inside that is tens of millions of dollars that they have made converting CI to US and vice versa with our currency, something that it was never designed for them to make in the first place. But they took advantage of something that was happening from 53 years ago. And I know you know this, Mr. Speaker, because you and I have discussed this also. And they, in essence, got a slap on the wrist. So I know the Premier and the Minister of Finance have discussed with me that we will be looking at some of these things back again in the new year to find some level of equality. Because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue in this path where we're asking the government to do more and more and more and more and try to have the government collect less and less and less. That structural construct of our economy has got to change. And people have this belief that whenever the private sector does it, they do it better. Mr. Speaker, the private sector have certain luxuries that government do not have. The private sectors can afford to compete, win, and put a company out of business. What happened to those employees when that company fails? Where do you think they end up? Government do not have the same luxury. Government is not a business. As much as people like to think that government is a business, it is not. You think we can really and truly put a price on some of the real service that we get in this country from public servants? And that is why I've always pushed for them to be paid what they should be paid, because the truth of the fact is, Mr. Speaker, if it wasn't for the public servants, the Caymanian public servants, this economy would not be doing as well as it is. Does anyone honestly believe that when you go to the supermarket in different places and see all of that money leaving the country, have they looked at SEMA's report to see the amount of money that is leaving the country? When you sit down and you calculate again in our GDP what is actually earned, and then look at what actually stays here, it is something completely different. And least members forget, Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, I brought a motion asking the government to increase the stamp duty on non-Caymanians buying property. We have sat down, Mr. Speaker, and I won't bother go back through the liquidity exercise that I'd mentioned in my earlier debate. But we're not looking at monetary policy. There are a lot of issues out there that are driving inflation that we have not yet looked at. And you and I have had this conversation, and I've had it with other members on the government side and my colleague from Borden Down East, about start putting together other standing parliamentary committees to start looking at other external factors that affect the Caymanian people. We can no longer just be focusing on government agencies alone that we have control of, when there are other entities out there that are doing business in a manner that is driving up the cost of living, that government has to come inside and tackle with. So, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, I have no problem, and my colleague has indicated as much to me that he has no problem with the 10% on properties above $2 million. Because if you can afford a $2 million property, you can afford to give back something. It's as simple as that. And Mr. Speaker, people have this belief about, oh, if we do this and we're going to do that, we're going to drive people away. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something. I'm going to make something clear. If people honestly believe that when people are looking to move to the Cayman Islands, that they sit down and they're like, I know what the fee is for this and the fee is for that. They don't. There is no place I can tell you on this planet that is better to live and work than right here. There is a price for living in paradise. There is a price for having good security that we have. Because regardless of what we may have with the crime here and there, other countries are way worse. The quality of life that we have here in Cayman, it comes at a premium. This island was never designed for the bargain thing. This is a Rolls Royce of an island. But we keep driving it like it's a Toyota. Mr. Speaker, so I can tell you up front, we have had people that come into this country that have become millionaires literally overnight and don't want to pay anything. But yet, we wonder why it is that the middle class is taking a beat. And Mr. Speaker, let me tell you a little rule in economics. The only group of people that pay taxes in a country, really pay a tax, is the middle class. The poor don't pay it because they can't afford it. And the rich just basically pass it on. So if you sit down and you tax this water bottle, Mr. Speaker, and someone increase the price, who do you think pay it? See, Donald Trump has found out the hard way now where they get ready now to pay farmers a subsidy because they thought that they were going to put all of these tariffs. Where did it end up? Right back to their doorsteps. This is part of the reason, is this mindset where no one wants the government to make anything that has eroded the Cayman and middle class. The Minister of Finance highlighted it. We have sat down here and we have made it that it's almost impossible, mathematically impossible, to get the points needed for PR without owning real estate. What do you think is going to happen when you have 6, 7, 8, 900 people every year trying to buy something that is not growing? Trying to buy land, and every time land is developed, it means that there's less available land for develop. What do you think happened to the price of that less available land? It keeps going up. There are other factors out there that we need to deal with, and every single time where the government is saying we need more, it becomes a problem. You know the only good thing about, Mr. Speaker, I was born in 1973. I know what it is like to struggle. I know what hardship feel like. I did 8 years of school in Kingston. I've seen poorness. I know what it is like. I know what it is like for people struggle. I deal with it every day. I'm sure members inside, they deal with it every day. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes I wish that we could do more. I really wish we could do more. But we can't, because we do not have the luxury of going into a room and printing money and just getting what we want from it. We don't have that luxury. We have to make do with what we do. So, Mr. Speaker, I will close with just a reminder of what had happened in the good book of Mark, chapter 12, when the Pharisees went to Jesus and asked them if they should pay taxes. And Jesus asked them whose face was on the coin. And then he said to them, render to Caesar what is Caesar, and render to God what is God. And with that, Mr. Speaker, all I will have to say is, render to the Caymanian people what is for the Caymanian people. If you can come inside and you can afford a $2 million property, you can afford to pay something more. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does the mover of the bill wish to exercise his right of reply?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did think that on a Friday, when we should be doing something a little more joyous. Yes, that's the word I'm looking for. I did say to the honorable member for Georgetown Central that he ought to be very careful who he takes advice from. I'm reminded of the book of Luke, chapter 24, verse 24, chapter 23, verse 24. Then Jesus said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Let me make sure that the member from Georgetown Central understands how dangerous a contribution he just made to this parliament is. He comes to this parliament and he says we need more policing, we haven't funded the police. We know the pressures to provide more. During my debate on the budget, I made sure to point out we're in phase 1 of SIFAC expansion to get us to 18 years old before Caymanian children leave school. I admitted and told the Parliament openly that early childhood care and education and what we're doing for ECAP was phase 1. We're doubling it this year, but we needed to double it again. No government has ever had the luxury of raising enough revenue to fulfill all of the wishes of all the ministers with all of the policies that they want to implement. He sat in cabinet, he ought to know this. To come to this parliament and suggest, knowing that we have so much building to still do in this country. We have a capital program that we're projecting to borrow for. But you see, when you play this game of let's take some back, let's get revenue, but let's play politics with it to give it back, versus giving back to this country what we ought to be given back, which is the best policy position and the services that this country desperately needs. So I can tell the member that this game of trying to tell the public that somehow if we outperform, that we should be out there with more political handouts versus hand-ups. Georgetown Primary School needs its second building. Where does he think that money is going to come from? John Cumber Primary School needs its additional building. Bordentown Primary School needs to have infant care because that constituency is the only one that has none provided for right now in the geographic area. We got to build the east-west arterial. East End needs a complete new primary school. North Side needs a complete new primary school. We need a third high school. Let me paint a picture of reality for our people, because if they listen to that contribution, the expectations will be that, oh, if government's budget outperforms by $50 million, we ought to be handing out $50 million versus giving people the true hand up that they need, which is a world-class early childhood care and education system. Increasing funding in early intervention programs to save our most vulnerable children. I told this House that we're doubling it, and I said I wanted to quadruple it. What I can guarantee the member is this government is going to utilize the government's balance sheet to try to get more Caymanians on the property ladder. This government is going to ensure that when we raise revenues, we do it in a way that does not hit the average man or woman. And when we do that, along with all of the good work that is happening in financial services under the leadership of the Premier, as we expand that sector and we get the additional resources that the country needs, we cannot continue to play politics with the public purse. Let me ask the member from Georgetown Central, does he know that when he demitted office on April 30th, this country literally has no rainy day fund? Where is the great general reserves? So his policy is, as a family, we're the Caymanian family now, as soon as we make it, we spend it, instead of ensuring that we shore up the foundations, build out the foundations, and save some money, because we need general reserves in this country. Not restricted reserves like the EPF. Those are for specific funds. Not restricted reserves like the Infrastructure Development Fund. Those are saving for very specific purposes. We need to ensure that we're delivering what this country needs to make our citizens' lives better and to give Caymanians the best possibility for the best possible life. If any of us think that on the 12th of December 2025, we have a perfectly positioned and funded infrastructure for delivering services to Cayman, we are greatly, greatly amusing ourselves. And we're fooling ourselves. And we ought to be very, very truthful with the public. The work of government is never done. If this country had $1 billion in a general reserve fund that was there for a rainy day. If this country had all of the resources that we needed within the public service, then perhaps we could be like some oil-rich countries who do refunds back to citizens. But this country is not in that position, Mr. Speaker. And to set that as an expectation, in my opinion, is reckless. This nonsense about have we done an impact? Let me give the member blow by blow. Increasing fees on accounting and law firms whose business is international services. PwC, EY, Deloitte, Maples, Walkers. How many average Caymanians waltz up to any of those firms and require services? How many? None. The Premier, in every single, without fear of contradiction, every single revenue enhancement measure that he brought to us in finance were revenue measures that were recommended by the industry. Why would the industry recommend revenue measures that is going to cause them to lose business and cause them to compromise Cayman? Why would they? Cayman, and let's be clear, I'm not going to try and brag as though Cayman can do whatever it wants and charge whatever it wants. But this notion of other territories who perhaps might be on a grey list pretty soon, hope they're not, but their houses aren't clear, not nearly as in order as the Cayman Islands, is all of a sudden going to be at risk because hedge fund managers, captive insurance managers are going to suddenly flee from Cayman, a safe regulatory regime that we have, a regime that's proven, it's stable, because the government increased, for example, fund annual returns for $150. A lot of these hedge funds are billion-dollar funds. So an investment manager is going to look on and say, well, the fund annual return fee is now gone up by $300. Oops, I'm going to now move my fund. I'm going to deregister and leave the best regulatory framework that there is. Why do you think we have over 30,000 registered in Cayman? Just because they like us? No, because we have the best framework on the planet. We can't be overconfident, no. We must stay aggressive. But if we listen carefully to the point made by the member from Bordentown West, when we look overall at the structure of how we have funded the Cayman Islands for decades, the fundamental weaknesses that exist are obvious to any economist or person who's a qualified accountant or financial professional. Because what we've done is we've systematically gone out and not looked holistically at our economy and looked at the various sectors and ensured that the various sectors paid according to what they're able to afford and what they actually cost the country. Do we think that the size of SEMA and the cost of SEMA ought to be something that we disproportionately spread to other areas, or should it be funded by the very industry it has to regulate? And so I can tell the member from Bordentown West that yes, and I will say it publicly, we have had a discussion about looking big picture at our revenue buckets and ensuring that we start to rectify these structural weaknesses that have existed forever. And what's going to happen is, and let me predict it, we're going to have those out there in the private sector who want to have their cake and eat it too, then call up members of this parliament with Nancy stories. Oh, well, you know, there's going to be fees and they're going to have a trickle-down effect. How will fees charged in sectors of the economy that in Cayman's history, this theory has never been proven. If they were going to have a trickle-down effect, in 2010 when I was here, the budget that we had to pass at the time to balance our books would have meant that Caymanians would not have even been able to afford to live in Cayman. But we placed the fees on areas that they could pay, but also because we knew we had a burgeoning financial services sector. We knew that all of the regulation we had to bring in to place to keep us off grey lists, to get us off grey lists, to keep us off blacklists, meant that SEMA had to be buffered up, that we had to ensure that we put a fit and proper regulatory regime around the accounting profession, that we continue to advance legal services legislation. Mr. Speaker, nothing in this budget, he asks the question, have we done an independent study? No, we've not done an independent study. Quite frankly, I don't need to do an independent study with very basic fees. This isn't us coming out and saying we're now going to introduce a brand new tax and it's going to be one that is on person's income, etc., and now we have to now do a whole... These fees are simple fees in nature. Now, the one that's before us, let me be clear, the one that is before us that has to do with stamp duty, yes, we had to make certain assumptions. Let me be clear to the House. The reason for the decline between 26 and 27 is that there is a projection by the professionals. I went through, I understood, we had the discussions with the Lands and Survey Department and their professionals, and whilst they're extremely conservative, I do believe that once Georgetown won, GT won, the Grand Hyatt and Landmark are completed and closes, there is going to be a small lag between that and the next projects that are big projects that are come online, such as the Mandarin Oriental, etc. So yes, and that's why we don't have an aggressive upward trend in 2027. But I do not believe that this fee increase for persons who operate in that sector of our economy is going to chase anybody away. You are coming to a place safe, stable, no systemic corruption. Government has never had to be shut down or interfered with by the UK government. People don't just come to Cayman because we're just nice guys. They come because we have a product and we have a country that we ought to be proud of, and it's first rate. They understand that in order to live in somewhere that is first rate, you have to pay. And look at what we're asking. 2.5% more on property transactions above $2 million. 2.5% more. An immaterial amount to the cost of any transaction. When I was in the UK, I had a meeting with the Office of Budget Responsibility. And let's get this point, because the member from Georgetown Central refuses to listen about this whole issue about projections. I want him to go and look at the reports of the Office of Budget Responsibility and tell me how much better they are than we have been at the end of our financial years each time. How much better are they? We went through with the director of fiscal projections. We had a meeting with him just last week before last. When we explained what we do and what we did in this budget, he looked at us and he said, well, I can't add anything to what you're doing. I can't add one more suggestion because you have as robust a system as we have in terms of our projections. He said, and he laughed, and he said, the issue is, it's so hard to explain this to the average person. Projections are never right. We never get it 100% right. It's one of those jobs in the world that that every year that you do it, you're actually going to be wrong. You just want to be materially correct. And he's so right. He was so absolutely right. Now, that office, let's be clear, was created in the UK to try to provide an independent view and an independent voice. So I will admit that the member for Georgetown Central has a point. What I can say is, we already have in our infrastructure, our legislative infrastructure, a number of things that most countries don't have. Find me how many countries have to produce and gazette quarterly financial statements by the government. How many countries do it? Quarterly and audited financials. How many countries actually do that? Now, we've gone to great pains, but we seem to not be able to get this point across. And so it's really, really making me as Minister of Finance have a real rethink about how we need to report in this country. Our revenues are derived. The vast majority in the first quarter. And so one of the things that's been mulling through in my mind, and I know the member from Bordentown West is going to agree, but today I'm just going to say it publicly right now because it'll feature into yet another area that we're going to have to reform. And that is, we are going to have to consider how much of our revenues that we earn in the first quarter we ought to start recording as unearned revenue, so that we stop having this situation where the first quarter produces a quote-unquote surplus that then funds the rest of the year. Because what it does is, the average person looks on and says, and hears these reports and say, oh, good grief, the government in the first quarter had a $200 million surplus. Therefore, you'd multiply it by 4, you should get an $800 million surplus. Whereas I and every member of this House ought to have known that every year for decades, April through December, always are in deficit. It is just the nature of our economy and our legal infrastructure. We say fees have to be paid in the first quarter in financial services, so the revenues come in. Tourism, the high season is the first quarter, and so the revenues come in. And so we are going to have to truly go through an exercise of modernizing not just our budgeting, but our financial reporting system, so that we actually start to produce the type of information that is more accurate. Because the fact of the matter is, from a realistic from a real economic standpoint, I should say, we've earned the money, and that those monies aren't refundable. But the fact is, we recognize it all in the first quarter, and then it gives this false sense of security. And so policymakers and the public get these reports that are actually not accurate from the standpoint of if you're really looking at what we all know is going to happen for the 12 months. And so that is going to be something else that we're going to have to put in the mix, is how we actually report the earning, the true earning and P&L profit and loss statement recognition of our business season, as it were, that first quarter of the year. And I think that's going to be something that will be very helpful if we actually do that from a financial reporting standpoint, so that we don't have all of this confusion. The second thing is, and let me say this because apparently this point still has not resonated with certain members of this parliament. When projections are done, but the projections incorporate what ministries know they're going to spend versus what's budgeted, because a supplementary bill is then brought to this House, does not then mean that those numbers that you actually appropriate are going or haven't been already considered. What do I mean by that? Let us just say, for example, in 2025, we had, I think it was some $18 million in the budget for NGS 55, whereas we knew that the history was 45 plus million. But when the finance team goes out to ministries and they actually give us their feedback, the ministries know that it's not going to be 18 million. So they already include it in their projections, and therefore that gets included in what gets reported publicly. When we then come down here and do a Section 12, we're not, quote unquote, getting that money again. Because I got this question asked of me just, in fact, during the budget process, a member of the public who had been listening to a lot of what has happened since the election asked me the very pointed question of, how is it that we came to the Finance Committee and appropriated monies for HEA2, NGS 55, and TP 41, and TP 47, yet I was still projecting out a deficit that was very small, because they thought, no, this was net new money, and therefore, but it was already included in the projections that had been reported publicly. All that Section 12 appropriations were doing was filling in the actual legal authority for us to spend what the ministries already knew those expense items would be. So, Mr. Speaker, there has been so much confusion around this whole topic of projections. And the poor financial secretary and his team are made to look amateurish publicly, when in fact they are doing a stellar job. It's just that our members don't actually understand the own system of governance in this country. That is right, Mr. Speaker. There are members in this House who think they understand. But I suggest that if they want to understand, I think they ought to go back to school and actually become experts. Don't just be later on and listen and have people tell them and give them all of this hogwash. Insurance license fees. What impact is offshore insurance license fees going to have on the average Caymanian? Exempt company, trade, and business license fees. What impact is that going to have on the average Caymanian? Annual operating fees for accounting firm. Again, which average Caymanian is that going to impact? Special economic zone trade certificates. Which average Caymanian is that going to impact? Fund annual return filing fees. Which average Caymanian is that going to impact? Exempt limited partnership and corporate service provider fees. Which average Caymanian is that going to impact? Versus virtual assets service provider fees. Which average Caymanian is that going to impact? Registration and annual company fees. Which average Caymanian is that going to impact? Practicing certificates for in-house counsel and law firms, and admission fees for non-Caymanian attorneys and law firm operating fees. Which average Caymanian is that going to impact? Website recovery fees. Which average Caymanian is that going to impact? The vast majority of work permit fees, let me be clear, are not going to be increases in actual work permits. There is one. The standard administration fee has been banded. If the work permit is, the cost of the work permit is $0 to $2,000, the fee goes from $100 to $150. So I give the member from Georgetown Central any Caymanian and small business who typically, that's the type of level of work permit fee that's going to impact the average Caymanian. The annual fee is going to go up from $100, the annual administration fee is going to go up from $100 to $150. Now, if he is going to suggest that that is going to cripple the average Caymanian, then that could very well be his opinion. It's certainly not mine. That is certainly not my opinion. So the fact is, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the vast majority of the fees, and even in immigration, you know where the big fees are coming from? Residency certificate. Persons of independent means increase from 20 to 50,000. That's non-nationals who are coming in to get permanent residency. Certificate of permanent residence for persons of independent means 100,000 to 200,000. Long we've said we're giving away the country and we're giving away these certificates. These are wealthy retirees coming to the country. Direct investment certificates, $20,000 to $50,000. So you see, Mr. Speaker, the vast majority are fees attached to persons of means who are typically either in the financial services industry or persons who are wealthy, and that is where the vast majority of these fees are being derived. So this story that I, as Minister of Finance, needed to go out and hold this hugely sophisticated economic impact analysis when I could clearly see that these are very targeted, specific measures that are not going to impact the average Caymanian. Now, the average Caymanian, when we look, if we want to talk other facts, now let's look at what the average basket of goods that the average Caymanian actually spends their monies on. That, Mr. Speaker, is what we focused on. That is what the government focused on. The government looked on, and as you can, and this is published data, Cayman Islands per capita household consumption. Housing, utilities, gas, and other fuels, 32.7%. What fees have we increased in that area? 0. Transportation, 11%. What fees have we implemented in that area? 0. Food and non-alcoholic beverages, 9%. So now, Mr. Speaker, 9 and 11 are 20, and 32.7, we're up to 53.7% of the average Caymanian household. What fees have we implemented in that area? 0. Restaurants and accommodation services. What material fees have we impacted in that area that is going to drive the cost of living for the average Caymanian? Insurance and financial services. That again, Mr. Speaker, we've placed the fees in the offshore sector, not the onshore sector of that industry. Nothing on the onshore sector. Furnishings, household equipment and maintenance. No fees in those areas. So when we look, Mr. Speaker, at how the average Caymanian consumes, that is why we were very confident in rolling out this package of revenue measures to ensure that the average Caymanian and how the average Caymanian has to live and have their being would not be impacted by these revenue measures. Now, let us get back to the business at hand. The companies, the land holdings companies share transfer tax amendment bill that we're debating. Mr. Speaker, we're ensuring that anyone whose beneficial ownership of land in the Cayman Islands is done through transfers of shares in a company that owns the land is what is caught in that specific bill. Because we need to ensure that people couldn't just go from having private or personal in their named ownership to doing it through a company and therefore avoid the increase in fee. And so that, Mr. Speaker, is why we have this bill before us. Because whilst, Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge that the majority of revenue is typically through persons purchasing property in their own right, in their own name, we had to ensure that those who own their land through a company would also have to pay the increased fee that is the 2.5% increase in the one-time stamp duty. Mr. Speaker, I don't know why, well, let me not say why. I wish I was blessed like the member from Bordentown East to speak 12 languages. Because if I was, I think I would have been able to speak at least one that my good friend, the member from Georgetown Central, would have understood. Because it would have taken me to 12 languages, it seems, to have convinced the member. I have given the member evidence after evidence after evidence. Yet, I don't know who these people are that he talks about that have been telling him about all this trickle-down effect. But let me also make sure he understands one thing. I hope he understands that trickle-down economics was one of the biggest failures in economic policy in the U.S. history. And that's the reason why even the now new Republican Party doesn't even push that as an agenda item. But I understood the point he was making, and the point he was making was what impacts could it have? And I accept that. Right? So I'm not gonna pick on a specific term. But one of the good things about life is if God spares our life, my good friend, member from Georgetown Central, if God spares our life, 12 months from now, we're going to be able to look back and see how the budget has performed. We will be able to see whether Caymanians are better off or not. We will be able to see if we can avoid some of the borrowings, because that is what we're looking to do. Is we're hoping to beat the budget projections. But in doing so, we're going to have to ensure that we shore up policy areas that we know we would want to spend some more monies in. We can avoid borrowing as much as we're projecting to, therefore avoid the interest cost that would be attendant. So if we beat the revenue projections, Mr. Member from Georgetown Central, isn't that a more practical use? Okay. So you see, Mr. Speaker, this is what I love about a Friday after a good little bit of preaching that started off. You see, you start off with the Bible and you end at the right place. And so I've now converted the member from Georgetown Central. He is saved. He has come to the altar and he must now be forgiven. And he has now, Mr. Speaker, he has confessed of his sins. And the member from Georgetown Central, I am so happy. You see, I didn't think we would get to this day, but you are now in agreement with the fiscal policy of the government. And I assure you, here's my promise. Any revenue projections that we beat, we are going to buffer up with additional policy that we know are going to drive good results for our children. You would agree that if I can do more for ECAP, that is better than a rebate. You would agree with that. You would agree that if we can avoid borrowing as much as we're projecting, that would be a good thing for the country. And then you would agree that if we are able to start to set aside more in a real reserve for a rainy day, that's a good thing. So you see, Mr. Speaker, I didn't think we would get here, as I said, but we are here. It is so good that, you see, that's what an old member of this House used to say, if you keep them late long enough, then you can get agreement. So at 8:30 p.m. on Friday, the 12th of December, this House can record that the member from Georgetown Central agrees with the fiscal policy of the National Coalition for Caymanians. So I look forward to him voting for this bill, because this is the best way forward. But let me be 110% serious. The committees that you all have heard me in this House, colleagues, commit to creating is about the collective capacity of Parliament and bringing in our public servants and bringing in private sector where we need to and where it's appropriate, because we have to address our structural weaknesses. We must build the capacity so that we leave all of our systems stronger than we found them. And I know that one thing that myself and the member from Bordentown West share in common is we are 100% in lockstep about the changes we need to make to our finance system, health insurance industry, pensions and banking, and how we utilize the government's balance sheet to be able to be of true benefit to the country without risking our financial position. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I am happy to say that I can now really rest easy tonight, knowing that the Land Holding Companies Transfer Tax Amendment Bill 2025 enjoys the support of members of this House. And so now we can go off and really do have that Merry Christmas that the member from Georgetown Central said that we ought to have. A glorious day it is, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled Land Holding Companies Share Transfer Tax Amendment Bill 2025 be given a second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. The Land Holding Companies Share Transfer Tax Amendment Bill 2025 has been given a second reading. The Parliament will now go into committee. The House is now in committee. To consider the bills, the information. The House is in committee. The clerk will now read the bill, the clauses of the bills. Before we should do that, with the leave of the House, may I assume that, as usual, we will authorize the Honorable Attorney General to correct minor errors and such in these bills? I will agree with that. Okay.
Information and Communications Technology Amendment and Validation Bill 2025. Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, general amendments to the Information and Communications Technology Act 2019 revision, references to parts. Clause 3, amendment of Section 2, definitions. Clause 4, amendment of Section 9, powers and functions of office. Clause 5, amendment of Section 26, procedure for the grant of a license. Clause 6, repeal and substitution of Section 30, license fees. Clause 7, amendment of Section 34, register of applications and licenses. Clause 8, definitions for this part. Clause 9, validation of charge, payment, and collection of license fees. Clause 10, validation of charge, payment, and collection of fees. Clause 11, immunity. Clause 12, orders or determinations by a court.
The question is that clause 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, clause 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 clauses stand part of the bill.
A bill for an act to amend the Information and Communications Technology Act 2019 revision to amend the definition of license fees, to provide for administrative fees and types of annual license fees, to clarify the requirement to provide for license fees to be prescribed and for the making of an application form for a license, to validate the charging, payment, and collection of certain fees during specified periods, to validate actions taken in the charging and collection of certain fees, and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill.
Land Holding Companies Share Transfer Tax Amendment Bill 2025. Clause 1, short title and commencement. Clause 2, amendment of Section 3 of the Land Holding Companies Share Transfer Tax Act 2022 revision, returns, etc., of transfers to be delivered and tax payable. Clause 3, transitional provisions.
The question is that clause 1, 2, and 3 stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 1, 2, and 3 stands part of the bill.
A bill for an act to amend the Land Holding Companies Share Transfer Tax Act 2022 revision to change how the rates of tax are calculated in some cases, to increase the rates of tax payable in the case of a transfer of any equity capital of a land holding corporation where the value of the transfer is $2 million or more, and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill. The question is that the bills be reported. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Accordingly, the bills will be reported to the House. That completes. We're working to the next stage. This Honourable House is back in session. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just belts and braces. I move the suspension of Standing Order 14-1 to allow the business of the House to go beyond the hour of 8 p.m. until the conclusion of the business on the order paper.
The question is that Standing Order 14-1 be suspended to allow the business of the House to continue beyond 8 p.m. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Accordingly, Standing Orders 14-1 has been suspended.
Report on bills. Information and Communications Technology Amendment and Validation Bill 2025.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am to report the Information and Communications Technology Amendment and Validation Bill 2025 was considered by a committee of the whole House, and the bill was passed without amendment.
The bill has been duly reported and is set down for third reading.
Land Holding Companies Share Transfer Tax Amendment Bill 2025.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I am to report that the Land Holding Companies Share Transfer Tax Amendment Bill 2025 was considered by a committee of the whole House, and the bill was passed without amendments.
The bill has been duly reported and is set down for third reading. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the suspension of Standing Order 65 to allow the bills currently before the House to be read a third time.
The question before the House is that Standing Order 65 be suspended to allow the bills before the House to be read a third time. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, Standing Order 65 has been suspended and the bills can be read a third time.
Third readings. Information and Communications Technology Amendment and Validation Bill 2025.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Information and Communications Technology Amendment and Validation Bill 2025 be given a third reading and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled Information and Communications Technology Amendment and Validation Bill 2025 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. The Information and Communications Technology Amendment and Validation Bill 2025 has been read a third time and is passed.
Land Holding Companies Share Transfer Tax Amendment Bill 2025.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Land Holding Companies Share Transfer Tax Amendment Bill 2025 be given a third reading and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Land Holdings Companies Share Transfer Tax Amendment Bill 2025 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. The Land Holding Companies Share Transfer Tax Amendment Bill 2025 has been given a third reading and is passed. That completes the business on the addendum or the paper. I now invite the Premier to move the adjournment of this honourable House. And once the adjournment is moved, I will wish you all Merry Christmas. And the rest can follow me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank all members for all their contributions for this entire third meeting. It's a long one. And I now, gives me great joy to move that this House do now adjourn sine die.
Okay. Thank you. Honourable members, this is the time when we wish each other Merry Christmas and a happy and a prosperous New Year. So let me start off by wishing each of you and your families a very merry and joyous Christmas and a happy, healthy, and prosperous New Year, and caution us all to remember the reason for the season. Without the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ, there would be no Easter and therefore no redemption opportunity for our sins. So Merry Christmas and a happy and prosperous New Year to each of you. Honourable Premier.
Thank you for that touching and poignant reminder of the reason for the season. I'd like to thank, first of all of the members of the House, the caucus, including the official opposition, the independent opposition. It's been a very, very productive year in 2025. We've conducted a lot of business openly in front of the public, had very strong debates, good, strong contributions, and I think it has been good for the country under your speakership to invite more of the community in as you've been doing. And this week we saw the Ministers Association. We were blessed with the primary school children and Christmas carols. I know that you will continue that in 2026. For my part, I want to wish the entire country a safe and prosperous holiday season. Take care of each other. Take care of each other on the roads. Slow down. If you drink, you can drink, just don't drive. And remember again that we live in a blessed country that we should be grateful for. When you look around and you span the globe, it's hard to find places that are better to play, live, and work and love than the Cayman Islands. I'd like to say a word to the good people of West Bay South. I can't wait for the final cabinet meeting to end so I can get out and about in the constituency and visit as many of you as possible. Thank all of our supporters. This was, in fact, an election year. Thank all of our supporters, the Caymanian Community Party, all of the constituents across the island that supported us. Thank you for that. And also, none of us can do this without our families. I'd like to thank my wife, Tiffany, Jackson, Savannah. I broke a promise. I thought I could get home for supper tonight. That's gone. But there will be suppers that I will be able to attend during the festive season to have quality family time. May God continue to bless these Cayman Islands. Merry Christmas.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity this evening. It's been a pleasure and an honor to be here with you in this honorable house these last couple of days. I thank you for your patience and for your guidance, because I know you've been tested. I also want to thank my colleagues, the Honorable Michael Miles, with bringing a very, very touching bill to this House and getting it passed. I also want to recognize the Honorable Minister Ralston Anglin for his contribution as well. And I could not go without mentioning the last three remaining members of the opposition here this evening. The member from Georgetown Central, Bodentown East, and Bodentown West. You stuck it out with us, and we thank you all very, very much. I want to wish the good people of Georgetown South and betterment of the Cayman Islands a merry and safe Christmas. And I also touch on my family. My wife has been here the last 2 days during this, process with us, and my daughter's here. Thank you. And I got two. They're somewhere around the island today. I don't know where they are, but anyhow, just let's look out for each other. Be careful. Be safe. And always remember, like what Unit Premier said, the reason for the season. We're very fortunate in this country. We're still a small country. We still know each other, and we can still lean on each other. There may be differences across, like I said, it's about 15 feet across. By the end of the day, we all Caymanians to heart. And no matter what we do, we're doing it for the best interests of our children. But God bless you all, and God bless these Cayman Islands, and may we have a prosperous 2026. And like the Minister for Finance says, let's hope in a year from now we can look back and say, wow, what a good position we're in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity to offer greetings to the people of the Cayman Islands. Thank you for starting us off by reminding us of the reason of the season. And to not sound repetitive, I think the Honourable Premier and Deputy Premier have shared a lot of what I've been thinking that I would say. The thing that jumps out to me, I saw it earlier today, is a quote that I saw on a platform on social media. It says, "Your presence is the most important present." And as we go into the Christmas season, Premier touched on being safe on the roads. The National Drug Council and the Royal Cayman Islands Police have worked very hard to ensure that on New Year's Eve, anyone who wants to go out and have a very good time will have transportation throughout the entire island. And thanks to the support of the Ministry of Planning, as well as my ministry, the efforts that the National Drug Council usually do have now expanded, and it's actually quite easy. Persons can pretty much just stand out in front of their homes and they'll see these buses driving around with purple lights. But that's just New Year's Eve. There's lots of other occasions that we're going to be celebrating over the Christmas, and as the Premier said, and as Minister of Health, I want to just reiterate, it's very important for us all to be responsible. And even if, we all know that we have individuals that we know that might not necessarily take it upon themselves, offer a friend or a family member who you know is having a Christmas dinner or an office function, offer to pick them up and drop them home. Coming off of that, I want to just wish all of the members of Parliament a Merry Christmas. And I think we all feel the same way. It has been an election year, and we've hit the ground running coming into a new term. And I think the people that feel it the most are our family members. I am certainly looking forward to being able to get home, get in my kitchen, and just spend some good quality time with my family. Before I sit, I want to thank the staff of the Ministry of Health, Environment and Sustainability for all of their hard work, as well as all of the directors and the CEO of HSA. And certainly can't leave out the constituency staff. I think that, especially since the election, they have been the ones bearing all of our loads while we've been busy in our ministries. So I want to just acknowledge them. And that thing, I could go on and on, Mr. Speaker, but in closing, I want to also thank my husband, Michael, and my children, my mom, Mary, who is watching right now. She really enjoys watching these videos, and I enjoy reading the commentary when I sit back down. But Mom, I appreciate all of your support, and I'm looking forward to getting in the kitchen and baking with you. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you all, and have a Merry Christmas to everyone.
Honourable Deputy Leader Opposition, I know you have a daddy duty to do, so I'll let you break the flow and give yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm trying my best to stay out of the doghouse. Mr. Speaker, let me first say thank you to you. We're coming to the end of the year. We're not going to be back in here again until next year. You're a man of strong personality, so am I. So I appreciate much of the leeway you've offered me over this year, and I look forward to 2024 again.
Yes.
To all the staff here in Parliament who work so hard to make sure our democracy operates appropriately, I thank you. To all the civil servants who come in here and deal with our political characters, because let me tell you something, you have to be a special character to be a politician. I appreciate you putting up with us, dealing with all the questions and the annoying comments and all the stuff, and only getting $500 honorarium, which you deserve more. But we appreciate you. To all of my colleagues in here, I wish you a Merry Christmas, you and your family, particularly my new closest friend, the Honourable Deputy Premier, which I know he's going to probably beat me up on pickleball later on in the week. But to all you members, we will have differences of opinions, and we'll go in the lunchroom and laugh it off, as we always do. And the Honourable Minister for Finance owes me a coffee. On behalf of my Honourable Leader, who's unfortunately had another engagement, I want to say a special Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all the PPM members in our community upon which we operate on behalf of them and all others in our society. But as a part of the PPM family, on behalf of my party, I want to say a special Merry Christmas to them. But also to my constituency staff in my own office in Georgetown Central, my team and my committee who support me throughout this process. To all my constituents in Georgetown Central, each and every one of you, I'm going to do my endeavor best to be out in the community as well as do our rounds for Christmas. So I hope to see each and every one of you and give you a hug or a kiss and have a chat with you to talk about the Christmas. So hopefully this is not my last conversation with you. But not only to Georgetown Central, to all of the constituencies and districts and islands, Little Cayman and Cayman Braca as well, I wish you all a Merry Christmas. And as you said, Mr. Speaker, we all should remember the reason for the season. Because, Mr. Speaker, there's going to be some families this year are going to be bringing in this Christmas without somebody that they love for the first time. And it's going to be a weird Christmas for them. And I think about you and I pray for you and my sympathies are with you for those who are going through that difficulty. I want to also say a special Merry Christmas and protection for all of our emergency services members, the police, the fire department, Customs, Border Control. While we are all trying to enjoy the spirit of Christmas, they're still on duty, still trying to make sure that our Christmas is enjoyable. I want us to also remember to try to think about somebody who may not have something to make their Christmas warm, whether it's a plate of food, whether it's a gift. Whether it's paying their bill, because there's a lot of people in our community who ain't going to have as wonderful as a Christmas as all of us. So I know as all of us as politicians, we always do something, but try to find those who are genuinely hurting inside and that need some support. Because the best way for you to have a good Christmas is to make sure somebody else does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker.
I know you, in your generosity, you would give way to the member for Georgetown Central.
Georgetown Central. Oh, yes, Mr. Speaker. Especially after having such a wonderful worship service with him earlier. and to see him come and be washed and be one with the NCFC, I had to give way. Mr. Speaker, firstly, thank you, and I recognize you as Speaker, and therefore I begin by wishing yourself and your entire family a very Merry Christmas and healthy and prosperous 2026. A lot of us do not realize in our parliamentary democracy that whilst you're no longer active in representational politics, you still have to put up with us, but also be here late, like 9 o'clock on a Friday night, away from your family as well, serving the country in this most esteemed role. And so in an election year, as being someone that I've known for many, many years, I thank you for your service, because your stewardship here in the Parliament is greatly, greatly appreciated, and how you've brought the community in to Parliament is something that, certainly in my first 3 terms that I served, is something we talked about, but we never managed to achieve it, and this is wonderful, wonderful, wonderful to see. Let me thank the good people of West Bay North. As I sat and I thought about being back here 12 years later to offer season's greetings, it has been a long journey back, but I thank all of you, each and every one of you, whether you voted for me or not. I think every one of you, especially those who showed up on April 30th and exercised your democratic right, for participating. And I thank you for placing your trust in me. And that trust will be one that you will not regret, because I will, in my own way, represent you to the best of my abilities, represent this country. Because when you're a minister, you represent everyone. I'm not the Minister of Education or Finance for West Bay North, but for these entire Cayman Islands. And so I thank all of you. And as the member from Georgetown Central said, let us be real. There will be either families who are missing loved ones, or for whatever reason may have challenges this Christmas. Let us do our endeavor best, all of us, not just politicians, but all of us in our communities, to reach out and make someone's Christmas merrier. As for me, on Saturday, December 20th, I'll be holding my annual children's Christmas party at the Teacher Alal Park. So I welcome and hope that I will see many of the children from West Bay North in attendance. I will also be, as a lot of members are, going throughout the community in a tradition that I've been doing now for the better part of, I think this will be my 6th year. I will be going around visiting seniors and families, disadvantaged families this Christmas, because that's extremely important. Once again, I thank every one of you. Let me then thank all of the ministry staff, all staff of the Department of Education and of the Education Services, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development, and all of the departments under that ministry for all of your service to this country. I especially want to thank all of our teachers and those who work and have an impact at our schools. Whether you're a cleaner, whether you're a bus driver, whether you're a therapist, whatever you do in regards to our children, I thank all of you from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank all staff in our health, uniform services, transport, people who are going to move us around. Some of us will fly this Christmas to another place. And those families and those family members will be out there on Christmas Day piloting planes and sailing cruise ships and doing all sorts of things when a lot of us will be at home with our families. So I wish all of them a Merry Christmas and keep them safe. As has been said, I want to echo the sentiments of colleagues. If we're going to have a little more joy and joyous occasion this Christmas, let us keep safe. Let us not drink and drive. Let us ensure that we keep ourselves and keep our communities safe. Let us have a Christmas that is free of tragedy and ensure that we all make it to 2026, God willing. Let me also thank my family. I want to thank all of my 5 children. And Mr. Speaker, I'm blessed to still have one parent, and so I want to wish my father a Merry Christmas. I know times are tough right now for him, because being the chief butcher and his title is actually manager of the butcher shop at the Turtle Farm. This is his busy season, and so I know he's under a lot of pressure, but it's something that he absolutely loves, and so I wish him a very Merry Christmas, and certainly him, myself, and my nephew will be having quite a few fun card games, and that's the way he loves to enjoy his time. And so, to the rest of my extended family, I wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Last but by no means least, I want to thank all of the hard-working committee members who put their trust and faith in me and worked assiduously for me to be back in this position. All of the work that you put in has not gone unnoticed. I know there's an old saying that sometimes you got to be careful what you wish for. I have not been able to spend as much time as I would have wanted to, but we needed to get a budget, and a lot of work has gone in. And so I really want to say to each of you, thank you, and I will be seeing all of you over the Christmas season, seeing and moving around, not just West Bay North, but the community generally and districts generally. I will be attending functions in various districts of colleagues to try and see as many Caymanians as humanly possible during this Christmas season. And so, Mr. Speaker, at this joyous time, let us thank our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for being the Savior of the world, the light of the world. And let us all seek that light during this most heavenly season to celebrate his birth.
Okay. Minister of Social Development, Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the rest of my colleagues before me, I want to also, first of all, thank you. Thank you for being a captain of this ship for this season and for steering us through the many, what could have been turbulent waters. I want to also thank all of the parliamentary staff for all of the hard work they've had to do, especially making changes on the fly, order papers, printing, all sorts of things, everyone, and also my parliamentary colleagues here. What people will probably see and hear on the radio is not how we are when it comes to socializing and stuff. We all have our desires to see the Cayman Islands do well, but we have different thoughts on how we achieve that. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank all of those civil servants, those that are seen, those who are not seen, who help make this country run as effectively as you see it. I also want to thank all of the staff members from both my ministries, Ministry of Social Development and Innovation, the Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage, and all of the relevant departments that we are responsible for, all of the staff members there. To those who are working throughout the whole weekend at the care homes, I also want to thank them for the hard work that they put in. And Mr. Speaker, especially to those primary school kids that came here today, I have to say how pleased I was, and I want to also thank them, their teachers, and especially the PTA president for doing that and bringing them out to serenade and sing Christmas carols for us. But a couple of persons have mentioned it, the reason for the season, but it was also the first gift that we got, which was John 3:16. Because God so loved the world, he gave us his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish. That was the first gift we got. And certainly, in the joy of giving, while we may not be able to give everyone, we can give everybody something, some time, some phone call, but something. Share with our communities this coming Christmas season. And to the entire Cayman Islands, especially the constituents of East End, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to represent you in this honorable parliament. I wish you joy, peace, love to your hearts and your home. And I want to wish everyone warmest Christmas greetings. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of District Administration and Home Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what a year it has been. Well, I know it's only been 8 months, but I've certainly aged more in the past 8 months than I have ever in my life. Christmas has always been a special time for me, though. And hearing the minister next to me speak about the radio reminded me of one of the special moments growing up in Kimmanbrack experiencing Christmas. Because I always tell people I had a unique opportunity being a child in Kimmanbrack where I experienced traditions of the past, where I grew up backing sand from the bay into my yard, into Granny's yard. I did that as a child. And one other special memory that I have are these same messages from Parliament, where before YouTube, before TV, we had the radio. Sometimes it wasn't even live. We heard it afterwards. And you had to memorize the voices. I would always say, Mama, who that is? Who that is? And she would tell me, and you memorize who was speaking. And so to actually be here now, seeing those Christmas messages take place, brings back a lot of childhood memories. And Mr. Speaker, no matter where you go throughout this world, Christmas in Cayman is truly special. It cannot be beat anywhere. And I'm only reminded of our national song. 95 years ago, our national hero, the Honorable Leela Ross-Shire, wrote our national song. And one of the verses that we very seldom sing, and probably very few know, is the third and final verse. When tired of all excitement, sing it. Oh, yeah. I'm not sure about that, sir. And glamorous worldly care, how sweet to find, or thy shore to reach and find a welcome there. You want me to sing, Jesus? And when comes on the season of peace, goodwill to man,
Join him.
'Tis then I love thee best of all, beloved Isles Cayman. Mr. Speaker, no matter how far we roam, how far we go, Christmas, the season of peace, goodwill, cannot be beat other than the shores of the beloved Cayman Islands. We are truly blessed and highly favored for all that we enjoy, the family that surrounds us. On December 1st, Mr. Speaker, we had the official tree lighting in Kimmanbrack and in Grand Cayman simultaneously to open the Christmas season. And then on Cayman Thanksgiving, on December 7th, we had the official tree lighting in Little Cayman. So Christmas is officially here. And one message that I have been saying to everyone is that let us go into this season and welcome the new year especially, reflecting on and remembering the village of where we came from, the village that built us, the village that was around in 1930 when that verse was written. Because it's up to us to take care of each other, Mr. Speaker. It's up to us to remember the reason for the season. Remember the spectacle, the miracle, the gift, the greatest gift that we received, and how that has changed our lives. And we must be that difference in changing lives this season, the year to come, and for many more years to come. We must bring back the village. It not only takes a village to raise a child, Mr. Speaker, but it takes a village to survive. And we must ensure that that village is also there to help us thrive. So that is my challenge to everyone. Honorable members in this House, everyone under the sound of my voice, bring back the village. Care for one another, take care of one another, because at the end of the day, we are all we have. We need to look out for each other. So, Mr. Speaker, to you, to the staff of Parliament, I wish you a very Merry Christmas. I know you must be excited that we are signing day so early in the month. And to my ministry, the Ministry of District Administration and Home Affairs, all of the departments and agencies under my ministry, which includes all of our first responders. Mr. Speaker, this is the season where we see a lot of activity, a lot of festivities, and we want to ensure that everyone is kept safe. Our men and women on the front line are there to protect us, but we want to ensure that they are able to go to their families as well and not have lingering memories of any tragic loss on our roads, around our communities. We don't want any family to not be whole. So I ask that everyone keep that in mind as we celebrate the Christmas season. This year, Mr. Speaker, I started off saying that it brought a lot of changes, but a lot of blessings. And I want to sincerely thank my family for standing with me, especially my little boy, Simon, 4.5 years old. And he knows, he fully understands when I'm at work, when I'm working late. And he puts strict orders on me sometimes too. But he knows that on Tuesdays especially, my colleagues over here like to keep me in caucus long hours. So he knows that Daddy doesn't come home on Tuesdays. He sees me the next day. But they have been truly great in understanding in all that I do. And I said it in the beginning in my first speech here, and I'll say it over and over again. It is for that generation that we must do what we need to do inside of this house. And we must continue to always remember that in the back of our minds. To everyone else, especially the people of Kimmanbrack West and Little Cayman, I wish for you a very Merry Christmas. Unfortunately, I was not on the jet this evening because I was here, but I look forward to coming home this weekend and staying with you throughout the season and celebrating with you into the new year, because home is where I want to be and home is where I shall forever be. So to you all, to everyone here and your families, I wish you a very Merry Christmas and indeed a Happy New Year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I never have to say, in accordance with Standing Order 70, I would be blessed. My brain is tired. It's been a hell of a day. It's been a hell of a year. And I can only trumpet what everyone else have said before. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank God for getting me here. I would like to ensure that our people know that I'm a God-fearing man that has stand here in service for them. I've written down a few things because I didn't want to forget anyone. But I'd like to thank God for good health and strength for all of us in here. I know all of us have worked hard to get to Parliament. And like the Minister of Finance rightfully said, you know, it's been a long time for him as well. But I look at all the things that we've all have done, and we've clawed ourselves back in this to make it worthwhile, to ensure that we're not just here to save a country, but we're here to serve. Speaker, I'd also like to thank my family, in particular my wife, who have also been here for the last couple of days and have been a phenomenal support for me. She's picked up a lot of slack because this job demands a lot and I'm here to give a lot. So she is working overtime to do her job and certainly raise our very ambitious 11-year-old. So I want to give her a lot of thanks because she's planned and executed my campaign to get me here. I've walked the road with me. I've done everything possible and continues to stick with me throughout the long hours, long days, weekends, holidays. And while there are times where it's broken her down, she has stand firm and have continued to support me. I'd also like to thank my mother, who just turned 70 this year and is in great health, still works hard, and just loves, being at the hospital and serving people. I've gotten a lot of my determination, my perseverance from her, certainly my humbleness, and quite often my fierceness to consistently fight for what I believe in. She has always taught me about being respectful, but about being firm. So I'd love to tell her thank you for all of the lessons that she's taught me about hard work and about heart and courage. So Mama, I love you. I love everything that you've done to raise me to the man that I am. I'd also like to thank my daughters and all the work and so forth that they've done to support me over the years, and certainly the things that they're doing in their lives. I have a daughter in the UK who's very cold and wanting to come home, but she is holding her own. I'd also like to thank my Aunt Elsie, who raised my mother. She's 92 years old, and she is as feisty as she possibly can. And she raised my mother, and she's really been my grandmother. I grew up in her yard on Mirror Street, Eastern Avenue, and she's taught me wonderful lessons about being courageous and having heart to do the work of service. Mr. Speaker, I also like to thank the Prospect community for believing in my ability to lead, trusting in me to give me a vote, to put me here to represent not just them, but the entire country. I remain humble to all of the belief and guidance and well wishes that they've provided me over the last 9 months. I love the folks that's in that community. I love that they reach out to me on a consistent basis, and I love that every single day I get at least 10 people sending me prayers, voice message, praying for me. That has humbled me in so many ways, and without breaking a stride, every single day I get a WhatsApp message from a lot of people, telling me how they believe in this government and they believe in all the work that we do, and that continues to keep me very grounded. I'd also like to thank my father figures. These men have been with me since I was about 8 or 9 years old, and they've taught me a valuable lesson in what being a man is. Gillis Seymour, who I've known since I was about 9 years old. He's probably known me before I was born, but he's taught me so much things about life, not just about football, but he's taught me to live and take risk. Everton Edwards, who has been a tremendous mentor to me and friend and father figure, and the late Winston Chung. He's always wanted me to get into politics, and 2018, God took him away, but I still live a lot through him and the messages that he has guided me over the last 40 years. I met him in 1982, and he's been a mentor, father figure, and friend ever since that, and he's been a tremendous support for me in my life. I'd also like to thank, Mr. Speaker, yourself, because ever since I came in here, you have pulled me and encouraged me and guided me and you know, inspired me to keep on doing this because it's the right thing to do and never break a stride. And I want to wish you and your family a Merry Christmas, because I believe that it's folks like yourself who have done this before, and you're now reaching back up and pulling up people like me to make sure that I represent this house with honor. So thank you for all of that. I'd like to thank this team. Our NCFC team has been a tremendous, I'd say a tremendous group of people who I have learned a lot from, because everyone on this team brings something unique. I sit down often and I listen to, from DP Ruddy to our Minister of Health, to Nick Over, you know, and Lil Kim On and Kim and Brock, and and it's all so touching because we have so much strength in this team. To sit down and listen to the Minister of Finance quote figures, I'm often amazed. And also, you know, Mr. Saunders, it's the things that he can recall, the passages that I hear him quote, or the things that he's read and could bring them up in an instant. It's been almost inspiring. I've loved it all. I've absorbed it all. I've learned so much from the Premier, you know, from Mr. Panton, who continues to also be that quiet voice, who continues to encourage me to move as silently but as determined. It's been an honor to really have this team, to Minister Isaac, who consistently teaches me about the, you know, procedural parliamentary procedure. It's all been a phenomenal experience. Miss Heather and Miss Julie, who gives me that smile and says, "You're doing well, keep on going." All of those things go such a long ways, because I don't feel this pressure yet. I don't know what it's supposed to feel. What I feel is a need to serve. And I've always felt that need. But to have this team consistently say, "You're doing the right thing," or, "You know something, you should have looked at it this way," has been a blessing. I'd also like to thank Mr. Dan Scott for including me in the Cayman Islands National Party. I think we have a phenomenal team there as well, and all of the supporters. And they're a home away from home, because every time I sit with that team of folks, I learn a lot of things. And Mr. Scott has been a phenomenal mentor and friend. And he's taught me quite a bit about what being this representative should look like, and what carrying the class that he wants to see us do as a government, but also as a party. Mr. Speaker, I would also want to say thank you to my constituency team. They have been a phenomenal help. I've been slammed with so many things at the ministry, and Ronnie and Lucia and Coach Gill has taken it by storm and got out in the community and have done a lot of amazing things without me having to prompt them to do any of that work. But also, I'd like to also thank the district council that we put together 8 years ago. 12 people have really come on strong, and they are planning things and are doing a lot of really great work. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank our people. Our people have been absolutely amazing. I can't describe in words that whether I'm going into a grocery store or whether I'm just walking on the road, I have people stopping and saying, "Man, you guys are doing great," or, "You know, Michael, keep on going." It has been a blessing to have that level of confidence. And there are occasions where you think that people don't notice that you need that little encouragement, and then I'm walking on the road and someone blows at you and said, hey, I'm watching you, keep on going. That touches my heart. It gives me the warmth in my soul that we can't fail at doing this. We must continue to carry on. And our people are resilient. They are some of the best people that I can ever ask for to be a countryman, a citizen. It's been lovely to grow up in this country. Nick was just mentioning about taking sand from the beach and, and putting it in his grandparents' yard. I did that same exact thing. Or cutting down a Christmas tree and putting it in the middle of the yard or in your house and decorating that. Those are the memories that have built me as a man. So tonight I want to take some time to thank our people for all of their love, all of their confidence, all of their inspiration, their well wishes. I wish all of you guys as Kimand have a brilliant Christmas, have a phenomenal New Year. I also can't get out in the community and do my meeting and greeting and celebrate with our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Savannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we bring tonight's third meeting and seventh sitting of the 2025 session of the Parliament of the Cayman Islands to a close, I wish to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt Christmas greetings to my Savannah constituents, our dedicated civil servants, and the clerk and staff of Parliament. This season causes us to pause in gratitude and reflection. Tonight, as important decisions were debated and made in this honourable House, Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply mindful that the work we do here carries real consequences for the lives and future of our people. These decisions are not simple legislative acts. They're commitments that help shape our communities, because community creates country. I also wish to extend a special word of thanks to the staff of Parliament who so beautifully decorated the House of Parliament with Christmas decor. It truly feels like Christmas with the candles burning, and it's with the warmth and spirit of the season brought so much joy among us. The care and attention to detail have created an atmosphere of comfort and reflection and joy during what are often long and demanding sittings. May this Christmas bring peace to your homes, rest to your hearts, and renewed hope as we look ahead to the new year. Warmest Christmas wishes and blessings to everyone across the three islands. To the constituency staff at the constituency office, you're so appreciated for all you do while we're here. To my colleagues, stay safe and enjoy your family time. And Mr. Speaker, you're an inspiration, and thank you so much. Your service is deeply appreciated, and please enjoy your family this Christmas. May God continue to bless our beautiful Cayman Islands, and please remain safe throughout this holiday season. And I would ask that everyone take a drive to Savannah and see how magical Savannah is, all lit up with the Christmas lights. And thanks to NRA for completing the roundabout that has now been appreciated by all who drive through. Thank you. God bless you all.
Honourable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is my favorite time of the year, as it is for most people, I'd imagine. But I want to extend Christmas greetings to you, sir, and your family, and all colleagues in this house and their family. It is a special time for us all, as others have mentioned, by dint of tour of duty. We have been kept away from bonding with them as we would have liked to. Fortunately for us, they understand why we are doing that, and they appreciate what we do. So, Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity, the Christmas season is an opportunity to fill that empty chair around the dinner table during that little period, and to share with the smile and the joy and everything, all the trappings of Christmas. I want to also extend Christmas greetings to my staff, Mr. Speaker. They are invariably behind the scenes, work very hard, and no complaint at all. They are meant to prevent government from some of the potential exposures that one would have been exposed to had it not been for their sage advice, their professionalism, and their support. So I want to thank them dearly for their continuing professionalism and support. Mr. Speaker, I want to also, like others have done, extend warm Christmas greetings to those who are less fortunate. I can't help but thinking of some of those in Jamaica, Mr. Speaker, who suffer untold devastation during the hurricane and won't be having anything close to any sort of a Christmas. But our hearts are with them. And for those among us here who are less fortunate, anything that we can do as a people to bring a little smile to their face, a little cheers to their home, it is incumbent on us to do so, sir. And I certainly intend to play my part in that respect. To our security forces and those who work in our health sector, watches over us and ensure that we are safe and take care of our well-being and our wellness. I want to extend Christmas to them. I know they will be working while some of us will be resting and so on. So we need to extend gratitude to them. But all in all, sir, this is a season of goodwill. We ought to be able to celebrate and be civil to each other. For those on the road who are likely to be prone to act of indiscretions, we appeal to them to be sensible and to be civil. And we're hoping that we will have all a very nice Christmas, very Merry Christmas, and make it all safely into the new year, where we again look forward to a productive 2026. I thank you, sir.
Honorable Acting Deputy Governor.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to say a honest thank you to you and honorable members for welcoming me so warmly in my acting stint in the last 3 days. The embrace and the fellowship that's been shown to me is truly warming, so thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to rise to thank and recognize the men and women of our dedicated and hardworking civil service and public service. I think that's been echoed throughout the messages thus far. I think it's fair to say that the civil and public services have had another fantastic year in service to the government and to the people of the Cayman Islands. We finished off strong with the previous administration. We conducted fair and open elections, and then we saw the swearing in and formation of a new government. And the civil service has continued its consistent path of service and consistency for the people of the Cayman Islands. I would like to thank the government for its stance in working with the civil service and the public service, for your collaborative approach, for your willingness and ability to listen to those who have the expertise, and then discuss the way in which you want to see your priorities advanced. So I'd like to say thank you on behalf of the civil service for that. I would also like to thank the government for awarding the civil service and its retirees a one-time payment of $500. I know there's been some back and forth about it, but I can guarantee it's very well appreciated, and I thank you. I'd also like to echo the sentiments around road safety and trying to avoid tragedy. As we enter now, look to enter 2026, and we look to advance road safety initiatives, the holiday season has the propensity to be very joyous, and it has the propensity to be very tragic. Road safety is something that is everyone's responsibility. Minister Wilkes, Ebanks will, excuse me, mentioned the purple buses. Last year, over 5,500 people took the buses during one night. 5,500 people. It proves the program works. It proves we can get public transport right if we come together for a single purpose, and the single purpose is to keep our roads and our community safe. So I encourage everybody, slow down, and again, if you want to take that drink, have a designated driver or take public transportation, please. On a personal note, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I just want to thank my wife, Letitia, my children, Ethan, Sophie, Alex, Christoph, for their support. They are my rock. They are my foundation. They're my motivation. They are why I get up. As said before, we make decisions not for ourselves, but for our future and our grandchildren. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my mother, Nancy Bush. This will be the full first season. We all go without my father, but he's in a better place where we all hope to be one day. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I would like to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas and a most prosperous New Year. God bless you all. Thank you.
Member for Georgetown West, Martintown West, sorry. I'm ready to go home.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I'd like to thank God. As much as I may not live the life that my mother and my grandmother wanted for me, I still try to maintain my relationship with God in my own unique way. And I really want to thank him more than anything for sparing the Cayman Islands for this hurricane season. We saw how close it could have come. It could have easily gone a different way. And despite our challenges here, Mr. Speaker, this is still one of the best places to live and work. And I want to thank God for his continued blessing on the Cayman Islands and the people of the Cayman Islands. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, and while I would have preferred to do it in a different order, I really want to thank my mother, first and foremost. She's the one parent that I have left, and I try my best. She has been an anchor for me and a solid rock for me, and more than anything, although she would have preferred me to have mentioned my wife first, because one of the things that my mother instilled in me from very early on when I told her I was getting married was, don't put anybody in front of your wife, not even your parents, your unborn child or anything. So she has always pushed that. But I think for this one and for where we came and for what we have been through this year, for some strange reason, I just find myself thinking about my mother a lot. Then I also have to thank my wife. Charlotte has been a rock. All she has put up with me, only God can tell you. Mr. Speaker, October gone made it 35 years since I've been with her, and July we celebrated 26 years of marriage. So I've been there for about 17. You know, she prefers them young, but that's fine. But I really have to thank her, because from her she's given me 3 beautiful kids, and my sons are both in the UK. They're both coming home next week Tuesday, and I think for me the Christmas spirit in my house will start when I have all 3 kids under my roof. But My daughter Jordan, God bless her, she's back home, she's working, she's loving it at Applebee's. So despite what people may want to say about some of these law firms in Cayman, based on the feedback I've gotten from my daughter, I mean, she just love going to work at Applebee's. No, I'm sorry, Applebee. I'm thinking about the restaurant, sorry. Yeah, hungry. But, Mr. Speaker, I really also have to thank the people of Bordentown West. They have entrusted me for a third time to be their representative, to be their voice. And last election, I can tell you, they were there for me. I could not find the rhythm to campaign. I just didn't have it in me. As some of you may be aware, I mean, my in-laws were going through their own challenges. My wife literally lost her sister and her father like within weeks. And so my entire household was a little bit damp. And I never realized how much I depended on my wife until I realized she just wasn't there to campaign with me. But luckily for me, a lot of the people in Bordentown West just said, Chris, listen, we'll carry you through for this one. So I really and truly, more than anything, owe them. And I'm looking forward to this weekend, start my fruitcake deliveries. And I need to get them out of the house because I'm literally going through one a day. Last night, I literally ate one entire fruitcake by myself. And I'm sitting here now, my eyes are a bit blurred, and I know I'm pre-diabetic. I'm not supposed to be eating that much sugar. So the quicker I get the cakes out, the better off I will be. But the thing about it is, Mr. Speaker, while we have been blessed, we also do need to recognize that there are people within our community that are still struggling. During the budget debate, when Dr. Lockhart was here, we heard about loneliness being in our community. And a lot of people, even despite being around other people, are still lonely. It is becoming an issue in our country. And as I've always said, the four worst things can happen to anyone is being sick, old, poor, and alone. And I will encourage everyone, and even members of the public, just to go visit somebody. Sometimes somebody just wants someone to go look for them, just to remind them that there's somebody that they can have their dignity and everything else. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank for those who have been there for me. I want to thank all the members of this honorable House. Despite our differences and everything, I've found most members to be pragmatic. I found them to be reasonable. And more important, I found them to be decent. Regardless of what people want to say about politicians, this or politicians that, they're still fathers, they're still husbands, they're still brothers, they're still sons and daughters and everything else. And it's one of the things that we need to recognize in this fraternity, that it takes a lot to get here and also takes a lot to stay here and work for the people. And last but not least, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. I've said it in my speech, and I've said it in many speeches. It was your government that gave me the opportunity to get an education. And the thing about it, what I've always said to people is that Cayman has never been about income inequality. It has always been about income mobility, the ability of people to work hard, study hard, do well, and upwardly better themselves. And, more than 30 years ago, your government took the investment to give many of us, and we can say it because there was a time in Cayman where many people did not have the opportunity to get a higher education. Your government gave that to me, and for that I'm grateful. I'm also even more grateful again, Mr. Speaker, that you actually saved my life. And for those who have not heard, and I'll tell you the story, I was misdiagnosed. I literally was sent home to die. And Ezra came to visit me as a good neighbor, even though he was always in the north side. I wasn't elected yet or anything. This is going back to 2006, thereabout I think it was, 2006. And came visit me, and he just went to Charlotte and said, listen, go and pack Chris bags. I need to take Chris overseas. Flew up, came check her on Monday. We flew up the same Monday evening. Tuesday I was at Cleveland Clinic. They told me I couldn't see a doctor till Thursday. And right there in Cleveland Clinic, I just pulled out his phone and dialed 911. And the ambulance left from one side of the hospital, come around to the other side of the hospital. And they literally realized that at that point, I was literally close to dying. And by Thursday, I had my first procedure. By Friday, I had my first life-saving surgery. So when I do say I owe him my life, I literally do owe him my life. Because I was completely misdiagnosed and sent home. And left unchecked, I would have died. So for that, Mr. Speaker, I've always, and that's the reason why, as much as people may have challenges and years as political opponents, I've always said, listen, the man saved my life. Because of him, my mother still has her son, my wife still has her husband, and my children still has a father. So when I say that, I really do mean it. So, Mr. Speaker, and even after that, he used to always take me to Cuba to get these medical checkups at Cedar Garcia and everything else to make sure I stayed healthy. So it's not just a matter of getting me better, but making sure, Chris, let's go do a checkup. I'm taking you to Cuba to get a proper checkup, full 360 kind of stuff. So, yeah, but I didn't listen to those guys, but trust me, if it wasn't catching a lot of stuff from earlier, I probably would have been way worse off other than being pre-diabetic. But, with that said, Mr. Speaker, what it goes to show is that it still takes a community to do this. And the point I was belaboring yesterday in my debate is that what has made Cayman unique is that we developed the right way, where the community came first, the economy came second, and the politics came third. And I pray to God we never lose that. Because the day we lose that is when we're going to lose this country. So with that said, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank you, thank everyone, and wish everyone a blessed and Merry Christmas. Stay safe, stay healthy, and please just don't do anything too crazy. Don't get drunk or anything like that. And if you're going to drink, don't drive. The usual stuff that goes with it. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Bordentown East.
Oh, that you reminded me.
Give him some gypsy. Give him some gypsy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want you and your family to have a very Merry Christmas, and thanks for all that you do for this country and the way that you've tried to structure this Parliament in a professional manner. I really thank you. I've been here. This is my 4th time being here. And the unique thing about Savannah, MP for Savannah, and Ms. Heather Borden, and the MP for West Bay North, we all have something in common. We left this house and then tried to come back. And how crazy can that be? And sometimes it's the people asking you to come back because they like the way that you represent them. But Mr. Speaker, 16 months ago, I almost lost my life. And in my words, I think someone tried to kill me. But, and I didn't say that lightly. And I was 1 inch from death. I'm very thankful that God has saved my life, and He has more work for me to do, a lot more. And I keep asking God every day, what is my purpose? Please remind me of the purpose that you put me on this land for. And I think everybody, when you wake up in the morning, you should actually say a special prayer and ask God to guide you towards the purpose, because everyone has been put here for a special purpose. Thank God for sending His Son to save us from our sins as we celebrate this month at Christmas, His birth. To the wonderful people of Bordentown East and the entire Cayman Islands, I'm wishing you and your family a season full of wishes, full of light, laughter, and fun. Best wishes for a joyous Christmas filled with love, happiness, and prosperity. May all that is beautiful, meaningful, and brings you joy be yours this holiday season and throughout the coming year. I pray I see all those members out in Bordentown East at our seniors event on Wednesday the 17th at the Nurse Joseph's Park in Bordentown, the Gun Square area. And we will have a great time there. We got the band, Impulse playing and everything. So anyone who wants to come out, I wish the Premier was here because I wanted to say a special shout out to him for actually coming to one of my events. I think it was last year. It was the first time any other member has actually come out to one of my children or senior events. We're going to have our children's event on Saturday the 20th of December, where we normally give away about 50 bicycles. We've been doing that for a very long time. I think we have the best children's Christmas party on island. I dare to be challenged. And plenty East End connected. But Mr. Speaker, we will have great fun and prizes. And I want to thank the sponsors in advance for their support. Mr. Speaker, I call for unity and ask everyone to support our most vulnerable. I recognize the hardships like the cost of living. I want to also thank the civil service and all the essential workers, all members of Parliament. I want us to bless the churches and all that they do for our community. And let's look forward to a better year and hope that our attendance comes up. One thing about churches that people don't rarely mention is the work. Sometimes we ask, why has Cayman gotten this way, or why are we losing our culture? But the churches played a special role in our communities. And because the attendance in most churches have gone down, they're not able to play that same role, whether it's financially or otherwise. But if you can go out to a church, because, God said wherever 3 or more is present, he's there. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my Rum Point group, our Groomsman group, our Miami group, our BT Finest group. I want to also thank my Bordentown East office staff. And some of those groups, Mr. Chair, is a group that we have some men, about 20 or 25 men that get together on a monthly basis that actually we try to do Caymanian cooking, like Cayman style beef and everything else, rundowns, and I think a lot of people here, some have attended before, and really a good time that we have together, and we really need to create that, as the member from Cayman Brat West was talking about, the spirit of community and the village. I grew up in a beautiful village, and that was my university, Cumbra Avenue in Gun Square. And nothing better than growing up in that area. One of the oldest areas in Cayman. And I want to mention Frenchman, the people of Frenchman Drive, Midland Acres, Kipling, Belford, Bordentown Central, Gun Square, Cherry Hill, Cherry Tree, Vernice Drive, Lookout, Condor, Christiana Drive, Silver Hills, Impulse Close, Starwood Drive, Doubloon Drive, Bright Court. God bless you all and your families. I also want to thank the Filipino community for their support. Maligayang Pakaska. And the Spanish community. Feliz Navidad, that one was easy. God bless you all and your families. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing us to bring these greetings as customary. Thank you.
Thank you.
The question is that this honorable House be adjourned sine die. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. The ayes have it. This House stands adjourned sine die.